here, head first into the fog, and Brock is waiting with open arms. And he's got enough time to stick the defuse.
Con đâu?
NRG.
Anh.
Yeah. Mẹ sợ mẹ chạy.
It was a really great kill from Rose to deny Modest flank. They just have to focus their attention forward, but they get depleted one by one. The peek out from Krevin first, and then Kiko able to isolate a second swing, wins the duels.
What are they doing? Yeah. Definitely feels like one of those rounds where your expectations get subverted pretty quickly. Great anchoring, I think, after the fact there by Kiko.
Those guys are just trying to do too much. Buy those still for BBL. Outlaw in the hands of Lover's Rock. Mata getting pinged up, but has no fear.
Okay, LaRock, yep, able to connect that saturate. LaRock unaffected, though, by the one from Mata, and so he's fundamentally advantaged in that
maybe he should have played that a little bit more cautiously, and will be regretting so as he has maybe a minute and a half to think about it. Luida backing off over on this B side. Knows that there's some pressure coming his way. Look at the rest of the mini-map. Like, Krevin is all the way back A. They're trying to work through main. The spike is still in spawn. It's kind of some madness, but the timings are being found.
Brock knows he has to make a play. Look for a timing here because they've lost control of the map entirely. Lover's Rock is straight up the top and bid. Deny any cross back for NRG, and it seems that they're aware of this as well.
You're going to see a lot of this from BBL, and
Rồi Gen Z nha, anh này lỡ map 1 rồi. Ủa? Hôm nay 12 giờ nó bắn rồi hả? Thì đã hồi coi lại gì đâu. Nay 1 giờ nó bắn rồi à? Lát coi lại diễn biến đó. Map 1 siêu 1 chiều à. Map bờ. Ủa mà 1 giờ nó bắn rồi à? Gì 12 giờ nó bắn rồi à? Với cá lì nữa. Mấy thằng này nghe sao đổi giờ liên tục vậy? Cay thế.
As a BBL team with zero momentum coming into this game suddenly have the lead at 3-1. They're looking so much better currently on Abyss.
So I think there's some discussion here in our Coinbase win condition.
Mẹ mai mốt 1 giờ mình sao đổi giờ liên tục vậy? Vẫn đeo bắn cố định. Ngày có ngày thì bắn 1 giờ, có ngày bắn 12 giờ. Thế nhỉ?
Despite having both the Taeho and the Viper there, it will still be difficult to actually completely slow down a Yoru, Waylay, a teleport Omen style.
Mình mới nghe anh tưởng là 1 giờ bắn vẫn như cũ, mẹ nay nó lên 12 giờ nó bắn. Okay. Vậy hồi hết trận này đi. Nếu như mà trận vô trận 3 thì vô trận 3 thì chúng ta coi trận 3 xong rồi nghỉ về, trong thời gian nghỉ kia thì chúng ta coi lại map 1. Hả? Để anh coi mẹ diễn biến nó sẽ một chiều như nào.
Take any of the space solo like we were talking about, but they are very passive in the spawn.
Lúc em gọi anh là bắn rồi đó. Em gọi anh ở đâu? Đâu có nghe cái gì đâu. Mày gọi bên Messenger mày không gọi, mày gọi bên đâu? Cái Discord à? Bên YouTube bên YouTube không có view đâu. Bên YouTube thường là những bạn thường quen như tụi em thôi mới biết thôi.
as you like. BBL exit the round with 4 players up.
Could have been a strange little situation that BBL may have found themselves in with NRG just getting the timing for everyone to walk back site, but
Đố bạn là bán đồ.
much better weaponry and Lover's Rock is on that angle just in time for the cleanup. Now let's see what Bonker has in store for us out of the timeout.
Trời ơi má, ổng ăn rau eco mà ổng la dữ vậy trời. What the fuck? Á, tự nhiên anh bắt đầu anh thích tụi NS để anh em mà. Mấy đứa à. Thằng Đâm bị đoán neon nhìn sướng mắt quá.
What a lovely sync of the util there. Brock just had no options, no hope. Pinged out by the dimensional drift, tagged by the Hunter's Fury, gets hit by the saturate.
Chứ mày gọi bên Messenger, mày gọi bên Discord đâu có bật thông báo bên Discord đâu. Dạ map 3 rồi.
Timeout cook-up round, right? Whatever they had in store is just made totally irrelevant when you get a big, fast exec like that off.
And it feels like this map of Abyss is such a good showcase of, BBL's playstyle. Very quick to overwhelm that A side and make it virtually impossible for any retake. But the util came together beautifully. Crucially, though, Mata has maintained possession of the op.
Yeah, BBL had more than enough money to try and push forward. Now I want to see.
Anh có Outfit mày Outfit tao đi.
There be the purchase of an op. Are we getting an op v op battle? So he definitely likes to buy it on attack as well.
Might not be the case here. Just rifles and a pretty heavy A presence.
Going to stick to the rifle.
And again, you've got to be careful playing these chokes. BBL are going to love to look for a fight here in A main with that saturate and other utility.
Looks like they want to just run it back. Maybe this time with the convergent paths. Another fast eggs that keep things simple.
Shocked out off the rip here for Brock. No connection. Drone to Herald.
Ăn map 3 cho đủ view rồi. Ủa nhưng mà map 1 diễn ra nhanh lắm hả? Map 1 á. Rồi, việc mà BBL nó ăn hiếp lại tụi Energy map này rồi. 1-13-6 à. Được 6 người xem, trong đó có 2 đứa nói chuyện thôi à. Mấy đứa kia, mấy bạn kia là treo táp rồi.
NRG can throw a shock dart or two and then just give the side up. But that push into security there behind the saturate from the rock was huge.
Right, they basically just have to play that site for retake. And BBL's decision to
cái gì đặc biệt? Hả? Sinh nhật em á.
Double swing into security, take the trade. Mata got taken down. Op was knocked out of his hands as well.
Yeah, they do what they need to do though, which is disrupt the attempt to set up for the retake after the fact. You can't allow.
Đôi tình nhân nói chuyện á. Chứ mày bên đây tôi cũng cho ăn cơm chó được nữa. Đù, mày line up đã vậy. Má line up nhìn đã vậy. Em tập trung xem mà hello Ninh nha. Lát xem là map 1 ha, lát xem là map 1 ha mọi người. Sorry anh em, tôi tưởng là mẹ 1 giờ nó bắn, ai ngờ 12 giờ nó bắn rồi. Mấy ông pilot này cay phải là. Đây có lẽ giờ đây là cái giải đầu tiên mà nó thay đổi giờ bắn á. Con Sirot V8 được này không em mà mua cái con gót á, cái con ATK gót á, mẹ nó ngon vãi liền. Này. Nó bằng carbon mà nó cứng ngắc à. Không flat, không flow, không gì hết luôn. Cầm đã tay vãi liền. Cái sơn nó cũng đã nữa. Đào. Đào, nó bị đào. Let's go boy. Ở đây ra gót nhẹ không anh? Nhẹ hiều. Con này hình như có 4 mấy á. Mà cầm sướng tay lắm. Cái lớp sơ nó cũng sướng nữa. Cái lớp sơ nó không cần phải dán grip luôn. Ông bám hồi tay luôn. Mà có con triệu, có hơn triệu mấy. Tụi vậy bích map cho nhau rồi. Bích map cho nhau rồi.
Without adequate information, without the util left to gain that information at the sites, it seems like they struggle to get any purchase in these rounds in the post part.
In terms of the kills, also, just have to acknowledge right now that LaRock has completely turned it around. For finishing 3 for 17 is now 10 and 3 on the way.
Nó thằng Busan Crazy à? Anh không biết như thế nào cái con Busan vậy à? Nó tệ vậy liền.
The way that they have him play his piece in the strategy, the approach to the game that they have, will often just leave him solo, will leave him extended on his own. But when he's firing, he can just completely take over. Like we saw that in the run against Fnatic, where he just absolutely crushed them. So far, this is looking like much the same. Bonkar out of his second time out here. As an NRG team with both initiator ultimates.
Chưa phải tới giờ ăn luôn nha.
Used later in this round or a bit earlier as Brock just Hunter's Furies into the wind.
Yeah, nothing to see at all. And space being taken through mid here. BBL keeping their options open. There's heavy A main presence for NRG. They want to get ahead of these side hits. And I don't hate the timing, but the Rock was watching for it. Now, though, the Waylay's out of the picture. Rose, though, at large still. And finally, Marta gets involved. Before this, his kills only came in jump time with the op. Now, though, carves out his spot in the round and gives the NRG a staging ground.
Nice little timing caught there from Scuba as well. Not on the jiggle peak. Just going to give it up. Doesn't need to overstay.
Sao cái màn hình lúc nãy cái góc nhìn lúc nãy chúng ta không thấy được cái đầu của thằng Yoru này, nó cầm thằng lớp góc này là đúng không? Cái camera quay lại anh em. Nó chỉ có 60 Hz thôi cho nên chúng ta không thấy được cái tay của nó. Màn giải đợt này ngon chứ không như đợt Cham. Đợt này là hình như 360 đi vậy.
Just with this nice fight into A main. It's nothing crazy. It's not a wild util combo. They just press up as a duo, take the timing off the drone, fight, win the duels out. But that's the thing, I think from NRG's perspective, when you're looking at A main, oftentimes you are going to be fighting against a light BBL presence there.
I mean, hearing from Strong, he said that he feared playing BBL most of all, NRG assistant coach, because of their fundamentals and mechanics. And those moments that NRG won, those are the ones where BBL...
Look at this crazy play, the double cage. So Loida is all the way into heaven.
The famed default. Yep, love this one.
Cái cô mẹ sao TV lỗi thế? TV đéo gì vậy? TV thẳng đéo có thông tin ở biết ảnh TV lên trên đó luôn à. Thôi rồi. Em vừa thắng được một round xong bắt đầu chết từng người luôn à. Tự nhiên từng người pick.
Trying to retreat as well. Only Brock on the run. And that is what makes BBL such a cool team, though. It's like you watch them and kind of at face value, it feels hyper individualistic. And don't get me wrong,
Map này
Lovers Rock,
anh chúc
there
chị
are
qua mới chúc hồi nãy xong.
individual
À,
moments of just feeling the flow of the game and trying to make a big
đó mới chúc hồi nãy xong.
100%. But that the
ADF một bây giờ phải được gặn hơn chứ.
strategic approach to the game that Rose and Coach Key have.
But unlike PRX, the aggression we saw from BBL feels a bit more structured. It does feel like it's a bit more premeditated about how they surge up the map. It's not as intuitive maybe as we see from PRX, but it reminds me of that in the same way. And they just throw this variation in on a couple of these attack side
Có
rounds.
sự chân thành.
Chúc giới sự
Really
chân
attack
thành.
the map and win fights and
Map này energy thô rồi. Anh nghĩ là có thể khả năng là
take kills and win them.
93 hoặc là 2 quá.
Broken for this final round. Ethan still with the Armageddon. This BBL are just again spread across this map, working mid slowly, little bit of presence B main.
It's got to be really telling that there's no heavy A main presence from NRG on this round.
Look at Mata, he's all the way down B, so you can already see the rotate from Energy towards this A side. And, you know, in difference to the last rounds where there were BBL executes on a lightly held site, there can be Taeho util to stall them out in this choke.
Kiko's going to have his crosshair positioning broken. The Armageddon's going to force BBL into the side, but this is what they wanted to be anyway. A 1-for-1. Kiko only gets his tucked in the corner. Now the guided salvos have to be respected. NRG flood in from security, but a convergent path catches up.
Má ultimate đỉnh thế.
Dive into the smoke.
Là góc này.
And down to Scuba go NRG. He wants to get in, get it over with.
Mẹ ép góc, nó ép góc ngược lại à. Trời ơi trời. Anh non này không bắn mấy giải thì anh vào cái mùa giải thì anh không có chơi game em mà.
So dominant, getting into that site 14 for 4 right now.
Vào mùa giải anh không có chơi game.
Immediate dash in.
Má ultimate nó rồi ép góc nó giờ bị nó ultimate ép góc ngược trở lại à. Hát thật.
14-4 is the rock right now.
And that was with NRG getting there in time. That was with them having their stall util there in time.
Hàng đủ để bắn ác thật.
BBL are just that hard hitting right now. NRG want to mix things up, walking down this B side. I mean, lucky neither outlaw shot connected, I'll be real.
Playing a dangerous game, but they need to close the gap to get some value out. These stingers, or this stinger rather. Scuba's pinged out now. This is looking ugly. The Rock and Lovers work the angle together.
Như Scuba không có vào tay.
Well, and light speed means they all get in past him anyway. Lovers Rock will fight this. Surely not quite good enough.
No way, we're going for that. That's a little bit bold.
Against a stinger
I would
player.
say.
Yes.
Kiko now on the
Hình như là Scuba không có vào tay thì phải, kể cả Kyo luôn cũng vậy.
Comes out of util. Can only fight. Maybe work his way into this smoke. Gets an upgrade. That gives away his position.
BBL are really trying to take the time here, just bait out some of the peaks. What a beautiful recon.
Brock sets it up beautifully from upper. And now there's a chance. In the 2v2, LaRock recovers the spike.
93 thì cơ hội loại ngược dòng vẫn ok hơn 12 nha.
Ethan has a window to catch
12 không giống như team nào nha.
Just so uncomfortable for this BBL duo.
Working the angles though pretty diligently, and there's Brock helping him clean up the mess. It's LaRock taking low behind the boxes. The spam was good.
Ok 93 không 12 nha.
Get themselves at least
Bao không Odin bằng bot.
I mean, hard fought 3, but I really like the way that Ethan and Brock were playing that scenario. They were just never easing up. You could see the BBL players just stuck in those positions.
Cái clip G2 comeback Hero anh em lên được 900k view rồi, vãi liền à. Anh không biết là cán móc được 1 triệu view không nữa.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Để phết à. Sắp tới thằng gì ta, thằng ghẹ nó cũng có một cuốn á.
Yeah, they're treating us well out here, folks. Don't you worry. And up until Santiago, the best Turkish result globally was Foot Esports with a 5th to 6th place finish at Shanghai in 2024. So not only did BBL have a chance to
Anh cũng biết luôn em à. Mẹ, ta làm nguyên một năm đi mẹ, tự nhiên lỡ nha, lịch tới đây là hết rồi. Mẹ làm lịch nửa năm mà để tin được. Lần đầu tiên á. Gì?
Vô cái đầu chói nói á, cắm vô cái máy không, cắm nó lỏng lẻo xong rồi cắm điện, nó đâu có sôi đâu. Gọi là cơm không ăn.
Rồi mà bắn kinh quá. Thằng Yuru bắn kinh quá.
And then at the same time, because they put all of their focus on dealing with the flank effort, Ethan was isolated on site. He was fighting a little 1v2 minigame and got the first kill, but then Loida trades him out.
That signature quiet confidence.
Ba anh em ạ. Map 3 rồi. Ao trình. Hình như ở map này anh để ý cái map Abyss này chỉ có tụi châu Âu mới bắn, là ở tụi Energy cái gì tụi Energy thì thôi. Giống như hôm bữa Fnatic á. Fnatic chơi tụi Energy ở map Abyss này cũng chơi lại á, lội một vòng luôn á. Nhớ không?
Just full commit. Ethan is isolated. No one could trade in time. Kiko is trying to play it slow, but Rose is just able to escape.
It's too slow. Spike recovered. This round that NRG forced into by full armor or whatever weapons they could afford is starting to run out of steam.
And if they pivot back to A.
Khá buồn là bát xạo Abyss với Corot cúp à. Cũng phải cúp rồi em ạ. Random map nó là như vậy mà.
Dealt with by the shock dart, so Scuba gets into the site. He's going to get all the way back over towards that security. Kreven here can only speculate. He is getting hammered through the smoke.
Yeah, he's just got to relax and wait for the rest of the team to get here.
Scuba was hoping for an opportunity, a timing. That window is now closed.
NRG have no tools to fight forward.
They could get wrecked by a timing out of security here, but quickly they assert control of tower. Now they've got a crossfire. Scuba has to play forward towards the spike though. Sees a glimpse of Kreven and deals with him. Still into the planner. He's got to go. It's a mess.
Hay luôn.
Come out. Black and blue.
Thắng luôn.
It doesn't have to be pretty to work.
And it certainly was not. I cannot believe they got away with the round win there. They had 0 util at the start of that 3v4 post plant. They just go triple up rope and Kiko gets a headshot with the sheriff. No one dealt with. And the smoke on the spike, it kind of cuts off any angles from the players coming in from the back to shoot them while they're in heaven. They just jump on top of them, they get Goomba stomped. I don't know what's happening.
Bù lại được cái Lotus rồi. Lotus Lotus ngon á. Nhưng mà anh vẫn thích Accent.
BBL down to Classic and a Sheriff for the Rock. So you'd imagine this gets a little slower. Ethan expecting a, en masse push down mid a la NRG on their saves. It's just the Rock who's looking to inch forward for now.
Missile deployed. Ethan just seeing if maybe that missile would force someone out into the open.
Biết rồi, biết thằng La Rock ở đây rồi. Fracture thì thiên về dành cho tụi đấu giải thôi anh em à. Fracture thì thiên về dành cho tụi đấu giải hơn.
It's all about the timing for him on this little flank push. Drone here, Lover's Rock is going to be tested. Able to duck out of there quickly, but Scuba, don't know what happened there. Don't want to know, in fact. NRG have got other things to worry about. The fish to fry are here on the B side. The bullets behind them fly. Rose will be caught surely by a right click here. It's going to be Ethan that salvages. It's still messy, Wyatt. It's still aim pretty.
Oh, look at the HP on NRG.
The Rock, though, got chunked down by the shock dart earlier. It may not matter. He's got the outlaw. Ethan's going to be a one-shot to him. There's going to be a plan. Ethan's recovered the spike.
Má thua là rao Echo cười ỉa. Bum. Má nói mà thua là rao Echo cười ỉa. Thua thật. Em nó flick pha đó thì chịu. Em nhớ ai bóc à. Mà bắn kinh vãi đái 21 frag rồi. Bắn như một map bắn răng luôn. Trời ơi, ông Scuba rớt cái chỗ này 2 lần rồi đấy. Anh biết. Chịu. Xong rồi. Thua rồi. Trời ơi, mẹ coi KDA mấy ông Energy kìa. Pro ác. Không, cái này anh nghĩ không phải là Pro em à. Cái này bị out tactic, out arm. Anh không nghĩ là throw đâu, này bị out tactic với out arm. Cái tình huống cuối cùng rồi chơi Suho tí. Ok rồi. Out arm hồi nãy là cái tình huống ma thằng gì ta, Ethan đấy. Nè đó, tiếp tục nó nè. Mẹ nó bắn phết bích lúc nào cũng có mạng mà. Kể cả bên thông, bên cụ, bên thủ luôn mẹ. Lúc nào cũng có mạng. Đúng rồi, bitmap cho nhau rồi. Với lại anh em cho xin một like nha anh em.
Time is ticking. NRG need to commit. Rose here. Correction not quick enough. And Scuba's able to get the better of him. There's a chance to get into tower, but he thinks twice about it. In fact, he'll go aim main with the rest of his team. Creven dies in. Ugly. Marta's able to deal with it. Frantic moments of spray. Lover's Rock doesn't have the weapon for the situation at all. The Rock at least is able to trade, but it's him and Loiter. Spike plant will go down as the Rock walks into a crossfire.
I'm pretty sure both of those players were hindered, but he just wanted to jump across to deny the plant. Now it's just Loiter dealt with by Scuba.
Okay, once again, NRG come back up for air. These are costly rounds. They have to keep forcing into them at this stage. Finally.
I gotta see what happened there with LaRock jumping across. This was a huge kill for Scuba. Yeah, he did get mid. Yeah, he did get 2. And then Modest just sat
Không nghe được gì cả hả? Không nghe hả?
If he misses that shot, I think the round is done. Rockets in the smoke.
Rồi nghe chưa? Nghe to chưa?
Finally, the bottom has fallen out of the boat
Yeah.
of this BBL economy.
Nghe to chưa? Nghe to chưa?
They've gone for the full gamble stack on this A side.
And it will appear NRG have seen mostly enough for now.
Tại vì anh nghe bằng tiếng Anh á, anh coi lên bên luồng của Twist.
Have come few and far between so far for NRG, but now they've got an opportunity to carve their way back into the match.
Bằng một cách nào đấy thì bây giờ luồng của Twist nó delay hơn cả luồng của YouTube à.
Should be pretty favorable for the Americas number 3.
We've seen NRG come back from far worse, being down.
Luồng YouTube vẫn có bị delay anh em ạ.
With the stack not having worked out, still have some weapons to hand.
Yep, but Kreven was considering jumping off the map, but yeah, with the rifle, with the Bucky, yeah, why not? Let's go try to see if we can't shoot them.
Again, it's going to be a pretty standard anchored setup here for NRG as they wait eventually for BBL to stand and deliver. Mark's position forward, far enough forward in fact that he's able to catch on and ignores the clone studiously. Unfortunately, his bullet accidentally tags it. Okay, this is a little dangerous. LaRock's able to jump, crosshair positioning, broken. Brock has to get back. The paranoia has forced NRG out of the sight. They've got to play from the fringes now, but they're not accounting for Rose, who's given his position away now. Okay, a little more costly I feel than NRG would have liked, but Rose will be.
Mà nó bắn ra echo không mà nó mém win luôn à, nó lấy hết súng luôn à. Phải liền hả? Sao âm thanh to chưa? To chưa? Thấy to rồi đó.
I'm dying at Rose having the shorty, so he has to peek out with the shots after the long range snipe.
Hay nhỉ? Ui, tình huống nhảy xuống hay nhỉ?
4 kills by the way. I mean, this is just we're descending into madness.
Nhảy xuống ngồi xuống à. Ui, được á. Ê, học cái tình huống nhảy xuống đó nha anh em. Nhưng mà cơ bản là nhảy xuống kiểu đó thì anh em phải aim tốt ấy. Đắc tâm tốt thì may ra.
Manifest a comeback here.
Oh, Kreven so crucial here, but
Nhanh
maybe not
vậy.
expecting that number of NRG players on catwalk. Look at this push. Look at
He's
this
been
push.
getting caught on this defensive side. Yeah, it's BBL all the way out of B, already trying to
Flank
get
tới
over to
nơi.
his A main on the flank.
Để nhanh đi flank tới nơi.
Collecting the information and body blocking so the Hunter's Fury can come through.
It's dangerous here. Again, trying to snarl NRG up within the purview of that Hunter's Fury. Cuba the only one tagged out by the one Kiko timing.
Ông Kiko này, ông đang bị chóc lắm luôn rồi nè anh em ạ.
Okay, we're going to see the convergent paths used there up towards that security. Marta fighting for it. Lovers Rock though is able to get back in from security itself though, and NRG are off the site for now. They are in a post plant. They do have the util. But we are about to find that the hard way, but he gets
Được
to
háp rồi,
half.
xong rồi. Con này thua chắc. Thua chắc. Ông Kiko cút là toan rồi. Ok đúng không? Ồ đúng không? Anh em biết tại sao khoa đó không được mất Keko, hoặc là Keko ít nhất nó phải làm được một. Tại vì cái góc của Keko là cái góc nhìn vô để kẹp chéo, mà cái góc Keko mất mà đã rành rồi thêm cái góc CT mất nữa, là ở trên Heaven coi như là mất thông tin hoàn toàn. Rồi BBL nó đéo dùng một lượt tham mau rồi luôn ấy anh em ạ. Vãi nhái thật. Nó đéo dùng một lượt tham mau rồi luôn ấy.
We'll see the second player coming, but Scooby gets the drop on him regardless. Low as he is, there's going to be a 5% inside tower. The new one.
Mẹ nó bắn kìa.
So the pick goes.
Nó bắn kìa anh em.
Still A-side controlled is definitely there in spades for NRG. They've got
Viper hàng giả bóc sót tì vô đẩy nó săn luôn mà.
Big saturate. Convergent path for him. He wants to try and end the game. There might be something here. Up from tower. He is. Hindrance catches on towards Brock. Loretta going to play it safe, but LaRock definitely won't. Over the top he goes, and out of nowhere, BBL produced the rabbit from the hat.
GG. Bắn ao trình vãi liền. Map này bắn ao trình quá anh em ạ.
hardly know what to say about that second half, so I'm going to go back to the first, where BBL were just utterly
Rồi chúng ta
dominant.
coi lại cái map 1 ha. Coi lại map 1 đi.
Beautifully, I love the calling from Rose, and they just thrived in the madness of that second half, especially LaRock, who finishes with 7 first kills and a 27.
Global crowd. This team, they've played together for so long. They've beaten the best teams at every level. Now the final hurdle approaches. NRG, a Swiss stage tested world championship winning squad against them. But if they could do it here, if they could prove themselves at this highest level, there'd be no one that could doubt BBL.
Yeah, we have already seen them getting the first seed in EMEA, but this is a different beast. This crowd is completely different, and it sounds like they have a favorite here.
I mean, I think these BBL players are going to be loving the.
Sao anh lấy cái đoạn đầu để làm clip anh em à? Cái đoạn cụm tay để làm clip. Chỉ ra qua map 3 kêu anh nha. Rồi là map 1 cái.
Alright, Santiago into the pistol we go. NRG with their distinctive double initiator look. The Yoru on this map, as was mentioned earlier, crucial for denying those op lines, but first things first is the pistol. Already testing the A side as a stealth drone comes through. Rose with a recon ready to go. Cyber cage. Marta skirted around the outside of him, steps in. It's Rose to fall first. What a crack onto the rock. Stuck in the corner. Now NRG steamrolling over BBL. Showing some of that signature momentum midway through the round. And Loita's a long way from the action.
As fast as BBL got to that site, they all went down, just attempting to anchor all in the back, but it just wasn't enough. NRG do a great job getting into the site, hitting the gas, but then just slowing things down. And Mata, despite diving into such a scary situation, is able to come up with a multi-kill.
Confident, playing forward. Mata, so crucial in the run so far.
I think is a terrible duel entries. Another moment wants him to cut off some of those angles, isolate fights, waits for the rest of the team to catch up. He's just been so fantastic in those situations.
About to step up when called upon. Back-to-back aces. Last time we saw him on Pearl here in Santiago.
Má sao trận này với trận 2 bắn khác nhau ấy nhờ. Dạ, giống như hai thái cực thế, tôi có 2 sai. Mấy ông NRG thì bắn trận này thì bay, BBL rồi bắn chóc. Ngược lại thì trận 2 thì NRG bắn chóc, BBL bắn bay. Mấy ông này đùa nhau chắc.
Further duels just get closer to the convergent paths. Nice kill from Kevin, but traded very quick by Ethan.
Pace here for NRG now as they realize they hit the weak side. The gamble doesn't pay off for BBL. They never really get value out of LaRock. Obviously, he was sat with a shorty. Not well apportioned for having to work into A main.
Listen, it's only round 2, but Mata is looking sharp so far. Hasn't really needed to fire all that many bullets to get the 3 kills that he has on the board, Mitch.
So Ethan to step up now. Loita, of course, just trying to imply a tap of the spike, but in reality, BBL were hoping to get some exits.
On the low, NRG able to get more. Can't afford the operator, just going to go for the Phantom.
But again, it's been talked about how NRG have to respect this in terms of their armor purchases. They can't afford to come in half armor to get picked off for free, or with those one shots from the Outlaw.
Maybe a straight up duel between Lovers Rock and Mata if he tries to peek out of this, but now the space is going to be acquiesced as NRG have postured themselves up in mid.
It's another slow start here in terms of that plaza.
Anh nói thật nha, map này mà chơi Cypher ấy, mẹ là phải control map dữ lắm. Và phải nói là thuần Cypher dữ lắm ấy. Bây giờ mới dám bích Cypher. Đơn giản là ở điểm hiện tại là Cypher nó phụ thuộc vào game sense với là tay rất là nhiều. Nó không phụ thuộc vào kỹ năng nữa anh em à. Giống như cái map Haven cũng vậy. Big Cypher là dạng như kiểu là phụ thuộc vào cá nhân rất là nhiều luôn. Còn Cypher mà không có tay coi như là cút. Tại vì bây giờ cái cháp đéo có tác dụng nhiều như trước nữa anh em ạ. Bên kia chừng nào vô kêu anh nhé.
KickOff may opt just to see if he can keep a cap on this economy from BBL. You expect a high-low swing potentially, or just a hold from BBL. So
Loido pivot back late, and NR.
We saw the dive across the A site by Marta to try and help them, but there was no one to pinch onto in the end.
Time for a fast A fight here from NRG. Can definitely do that around the Tejo, but Lovers Rock doesn't want to give things
dangerous. Dangerous. Lovers Rock couldn't even get crash out. PBL, just as they try and break their way into the game properly, give up the goal early. Mindful, of course, of the Cypher trips on the site. Marta's going to get a dive in here, though. It's a secret. Rhodes on the other side of this cyber cage is going to have to get involved sooner rather than later here, but this util obscures his vision. He's stuck in art for the time being, and KickOff accosts him
Má
instantly.
team Energy bắn trận này hay thế.
NRG are shredding them to bits on this A side. Or postures. NRG is over towards Church. It's just
Discussion is and all help
by trying to fit the take to get a bit of that
BBL.
Talking
Timeout. Love about it. We're a team that
with keepers from
no can do smooth Stinger and Bulldog in the mix, but outside of that, nothing to write home about.
And by the way, just of note, 5 rounds into a BBL game, and we haven't seen Lovers Rock with a scoped weapon.
No outlaw, no.
That's crazy.
Might be a sort of a sense that it's not the best use of credits against this comp with NRG's double initiative.
We will be seeing it in the future, though. Krevin still has 4K in the bank, so imagine that's going to be coming up the next round as BBL pivot over towards this B side. NRG definitely make their presence known, but to ultimately just have Ethan controlling the space on A to pivot back.
We're one orb away from Armageddon. Could be pretty crucial, especially
Mà giờ anh mới để ý nha, tụi NRG này nó bắn theo kiểu phối hợp nhiều hơn là từng cá nhân anh em ạ.
It looks like they might make a nice rotate back to that A side just in time. NRG having
Kiểu cảm giác như là ở trong cái mắt xích 5 thằng đi mà chỉ có 2 thằng chóc thôi là coi như là team rất dễ thua.
Marta trying to get around the corner, but taking a little bit low. The ping out there makes it a little bit scary. Scuba revealed, but able to get the better of Rose. So Lovers Rock with a stinger. Has to take matters into his own hands. It's going to be easily faced from A.
Nè, một pin mà bắn bay thôi là rất là dễ win. Như kiểu đó, dạng như thằng nào cũng bắn được là rất là dễ win, chứ không phải là một thằng nổi bật, thằng gánh team.
Every single attempt. This little spam kill from Ethan. And again, it's this moment where BBL are exposing themselves or fighting back.
Every now and then by Krevin, but I think that's really significantly slowed NRG down when they decide to accelerate.
And now there with the op on the other side of the map that goes past all these stars. Wants to fight Mata Rose. Kill through the smoke though, and now they can just relax. They don't have to fight any more aggro than that. Look at the beacon.
Mà đây là lần đầu tiên mà có một ông thuần Odin. Dạ, trong giải đấu chuyên nghiệp mà thuần hơn cả những người mà từng trước đây mà anh đã chờ ở map Ascent á. Vậy như kiểu đục có game sen ấy. Biết cách để đục, biết cách để có mạng á. Nó chuẩn chỉ vãi chưởng rồi.
We're gonna go for this. Brook gets a ping.
No way. No way.
Okay. Oh my god. That wall is not quite as
Tưởng đục được
permeable
khúc
as
đó thôi chịu luôn á. Tưởng đục được khúc đó là chịu á. Ôi này đục được nè, này đục được nè, góc kia đục được. Đó vừa nói dứt câu à.
And here's the attempt at a stall, but on the side come NRG. KickOff felt early, but it's going to get trade out. The Aura's out of the picture, and so the op is dropped. It's Krevin
bắn
from
phối hợp kinh vậy nha.
Side crawling with NRG players and Scuba.
Ôi.
Finishes the job.
Mẹ, cái ultimate ra xong rồi scan nữa, đóng đồ ách cha núp kiểu gì. Vãi cả trưởng à. Phải cả liền pha đục à. Cày vãi hò.
But that's a beautiful, beautiful pivot from NRG. I mean, you think against BBL, they'd be the team, you know, controlling the pace
Đục
as for
mẹ mất dạy
aggregate
thật.
play. But right now, NRG really feel in control of the game's tempo.
Couple of light armors brought up here, but Lovers Rock down to 10. That Outlaw already found its mark.
NRG are going to take their time. They still have
Có thêm round này chúng ta
containing on that opposite side of the map, so they can
đến
go
với map
for a
3
late
vừa
pivot
anh em.
back. We'll see if BBL expose themselves to these sight lines at all, to the crosshairs that are placed from NRG.
Chưa gì ông Lover Rock mẹ còn 10 máu à.
Cosmic Divide is in play. Nice little correction there from Scuba. Moeda didn't know what hit him. Now again, the acceleration behind this stealth drone. Ethan wants to check holes just to confirm.
Rồi xong nó đục như thế thì đứng sau màn hình mà còn gặp Odin nó đục thì nó nát người.
That high load just got completely erased from the server. Kiko with another kill would be able to.
Má cầm khẩu Odin nhìn giống sinh viên vãi thề.
See if he goes hunting a bit.
Chơi game cầm khẩu Odin à.
Kiki.
And there it is.
Little impromptu high low. I respect it. Kiko is tapped up. Lovers Rock is cooked, folks. And this.
Chơi game cầm khẩu Odin mẹ sinh viên vãi ò thề.
Extremely robust, Wyatt.
On top of that, the ult economy now. You had Mata getting the last kill close to the paths. Kiko gets the lockdown on account of that one kill.
Well played, boys. Alley-oop.
BBL are going to be forced into the timeout now. Obviously, these guys.
Weapon. That is their stand with their seen. It's worth the spin shell shock. Essential. The drone, Wyatt, possible to
higher. The op all the way up that mid.
Is Astro util? It's everywhere. Straight away,
má học đống đồ ôi game phép thuật ôi. Ôi ôi. Game mẹ phép thuật vãi chưởng à.
That 1-for-1 is just not going to be enough. Now the NRG try to continue this pace. Yeah, that Cosmic Divide is going to cut the site in two so they can get into the front safely. Creven has that.
Anh thấy anh có treo tab rồi, từ hết round này.
Planter from Crazy from Lovers Rock.
Cut out the bag. They were about to shorty play. Creven caught out as well. Looks like that was likely spam into their dugout.
Má Acha tham min hay thế.
Not expecting the peak from top default coming through the wall. That's crazy.
Spike is loose in fairness, not planted yet. Still a bit for NRG to work with though, and of course Brock is at large with that Odin.
Paper Rex just the other day, G2 earlier this year as well.
And while this Vice might have good stopping power on defense, Sideshow raised the question, how effectively are NRG going to be able to carve out space on the map and get into these sites?
Lovers Rock has taken some early control of the main, but decides to pull away as BBL are just so convinced that NRG are working towards the safe side of the map. They've got 4 players entrenched.
Okay, fast lane gets Mata up in the rope room, wasting 0 time, making enough noise to wake the dead.
Feels as though we are just inevitably headed towards a 5-on-5 retake unless Larock can maybe get a kill here on Mata if he overpeaks with the shorty, but you have to imagine he's going to want to just stay tucked.
Mata gets ahead of the relay bolts.
And Larock heard some footsteps there, so he's going to be patient.
Mata, though, is playing just on the edge of his smoke, though. Prowler doesn't catch Mata, so he actually might have a timing here. Oh, no! Apparently...
Mata tính bỏ người bị dướng con mắt. Mata tính bỏ người pha đó mình bị dướng con mắt đen. Trời ơi, mà bắn whip. Ôi ôi, bắn whip hết luôn mà. Xong rồi, cút rồi. Cút rồi. Cút chắc. Cút chắc. Nhìn là biết cút rồi.
So well done, the re-clear into heaven, getting the haunt just after that prowler was Mata's undoing. Brock got dealt with very early. Brock, who, by the way, has not been able to get anything started on pistol rounds in this series, and normally he's going to give you one Brock Sheriff pistol takeover. That has just simply not happened once today. And then after that, you saw Kiko trying to go for the flank in mid. Creven delays with the molly and then crosses when Kiko's forced to teleport. So he's basically a non-factor. He's basically already dead. They can just fight forward. That was so well played from BBL, man.
In order to see what NRG's composition is supposed to do on defense, we just need a respectable attack side round total here. So far, it's controlling you two to try and give them some space on this A side, but it's tenuous.
He's got himself.
Thằng đứng trên, thằng đứng dưới à. Out đấy.
So there is some degree of heaven control that NRG take for themselves. BBL's focus was the A
Hai một
side.
BBL chờ mới rồi cô mà em. Từ em.
Be a step up here though. There is a clone and Ethan knows it.
À, hình như bữa anh có coi một cái clip á là tụi nó so sánh giữa Yoru với là clone với là thật á, là cái clone á nó khi mà nó chạm vào tường ấy nó sẽ đi chậm hơn so với là thật, còn cái thật ấy là nó đi vào tường đi nhanh lắm, là nó lướt luôn.
And especially when it comes to Split, I want to see him to continue to play with that pace and aggression, particularly on.
Nhưng mà nói clone hay là không clone thì bây giờ mẹ cứ gặp thằng nào nó đi khùng cứ bắn hết đi anh em ạ. Cứ bắn hết đi.
They bounced back after it, but it left a lot to be desired, and it raised questions about their map pool heading into this event. If they could turn it around on Split, though, I think their pool it's more well-rounded. It's definitely more fearsome when you're going up against them. But if they can't, NRG, despite mostly losing on this map this year, it's only been against top-level teams, and they've still had competent, close performances. They haven't been blowout losses. It was close against PRX the other day, right? So BBL still need to show some real quality play here.
One thing BBL didn't do much in that Gentlemates game is take that B main control, but they're doing it straight away this round. They've had time to work on this map, and instantly it's a TP forward for Loita. So that's been covered. That part of the map, well and truly under control, but A is where NRG's pitter-patter is being heard from.
Ethan uses that dog up ramp, and as he does, I just want to remind everyone that this is NRG not playing a double initiator comp, so if we're ever going to see Lovers Rock really lean even more heavily into just being an outlaw op Yoru, it's going to be right now. Doesn't have to deal with any kind of drone pushing him off a sightline for the rest of this round.
Yeah, a Viper Vice composition does pretty little to
and it's not even like the Vice gives you the audio ping anymore, the flash to find out if maybe there's someone somewhere, right? So they're going to be lacking for info here, NRG.
It's going to be up to Ethan, really, to try and keep Lovers Rock quiet.
Kreven, huh?
Hả? Đâu, Viper cút vậy? Đặt 7 cút à? Madame muốn nghệ thế, Madame muốn nghệ thế. Madame muốn nghệ thế.
Can LaRock find a situation in which he can close the gap with this judge? Does have the fast lane, does have that relay bolt as well, so it's definitely possible. I mean, hell, those two players backside stacked up, they could both get stunned if it's placed in the right spot. If he fast lane crosses through elbow.
Kiko knows he has to be quick, but
cái gì di chuyển thì bắn, đúng rồi, cái gì di chuyển thì bắn. Đúng rồi đấy, hợp lý anh.
Now really he just needs to see what he can find. He has one TP left and he's able to take Mata down instantly. He knows where
Đặt
Brock
cầm
is.
pha neon ác thật.
Brock to get something done. Play for time. Play it safe. It's planted out in the open. It's not favorable whatsoever for Loita. So he gives it a tap. Flash here. Holds it. Holds it. Gets it to half. But time is short and he's got no choice. Brock just teases him out.
Mẹ, pha Omen dẹt vô đặt tầm kinh vãi. Sợ thật. À, tụi BBL này mẹ bắn tay ác thật nhờ. Nè. Ôi trời. Oh.
In a dangerous place with their economy. If they lose this next round, it's effectively completely broken. You have Lovers Rock leaning into the ult, picking it up now. Judge still in the hands of LaRock. Both of them doubled up, wanting to fight A main.
Flashing to mid and Mata right behind it. Straight through the poison orb and early heaven control. He's pushed all the way through.
This pace is insane. There's no way PBL expect this, right?
Prowler at the head of it, but no! Mata gets... It's the cat amongst the pickles.
Bắn hụt à. Ông bắn hụt thằng của phải liên. Mà buồn cười á, thằng Phay đang cầm đồ thì bắn hụt, mà thằng Yoru đang cầm súng thì lại cút.
Paranoia catches on to Brock, but he's still ready to fight for it. Every angle covered. Crossfire is in place for NRG, and now it's a matter of just sticking it.
Ôi ôi, Energy bắn tiền rau này nó bắn lại vào tay à.
He's going to have to saunter away from this fight and hold on to the rifle.
Would rather get that off than go for anything more. NRG call.
Đẹp rồi.
Really good multiplayer face into heaven there after the Seekers cause a little bit of delay, stir things up, and ultimately give them the information that they needed. That's super well played from NRG. A cool round that they come, or like idea for the round that they come into it with, right? With Mata just pushing all the way through heaven, getting downstairs with the judge. I feel like most of the time in that exact same situation, if you replay it, he's killing both players. The Prowler missing him is crazy.
Yeah, look at it.
He goes around him.
He's ahead of it. Jump scare, central. And again, it's Brock with the clever follow-up there to make sure Marta's job ultimately is done. We virtually get the 2-for-1 that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's Brock being able to follow up and retreat that is just critical to that entire round working out.
So, I mean, yeah, amongst the range of options for getting site control, NRG, with this Viper and Vice Comp still find a way to get in.
Ai, anh không có heo nha. Tụi nó kêu anh là non heo vậy.
Now Lovers Rock just wants to reclaim all of that space with the AWP, and even if he's just holding it as the Prowler you can see on the minimap went through, the rest of the team on BBL, they can just put their emphasis elsewhere on the map. We saw NRG show some early presence on B. It's going to be pretty standard on a lot of these rounds from Brock to see him just throw those thorns right down into main so they can try to take this space early.
Yeah, again, BBL don't have the weaponry here to try and take B main control early. NRG are going to be able to get close. Relay Bolt here, potentially catching on to Loida. He's trying to get off the side, but here's Marta ready to fight for it.
Mà đà bắn bay thế.
Let's roll. And NRG in one fell swoop cut BBL down to size. As Lovers Rock can only get a consolation kill before getting on out.
Tiếp.
NRG might do a little bit of hunting now. Yeah, Scuba is already going through so he could be in danger.
Mùa 3 này sẽ là người đi bắt up.
Seemed the right idea, controlling A main, just go stack on B, but they did not have the weaponry to hold off against NRG, just so aggro through the choke.
Okay, another for Lovers Rock. No one else from NRG really proximate enough, I think, to test this now. Unless Ethan's hoping for something off the gate crash bait.
Don't do it. Don't take the TP.
How many more guns?
Walter White in the car. No, Lovers Rock, don't take it.
Bit of Steve Carell screaming. I don't think Lovers Rock fancies any of that. No, he will stay put here for the time being. And NRG will have to content themselves with 3 rifles carried out of the round and 3 rounds to their name. Again, another fast hit with BBL's lack of ability to set up in B.
Vào tay lại rồi. Bắt kia hơi trôi. Trôi quá kéo là không được. Nó hồi nãy trôi quá kéo là không được. Ủa. Mà đà nó múa kìa. Mà đà múa ác thật.
Coach Key over on BBL wants to get the timeout going, first one of the game.
Mà đà múa nghề thật.
Just able to dodge ahead of it. Also, the spacing was pretty nasty. Mata goes down there.
Anh muốn xem Mada cùng với Dumby ai hay hơn anh mà. Múa Neon hay hơn.
Over the Coinbase win condition now, and BBL after winning the pistol and the anti-eco have been pretty quiet. NRG with a pace of play reminiscent of what we saw from BBL on a biz.
Này có trả cua đấy.
On the back foot.
See right now, if in this next round they try to fight to get one of the alt orbs, maybe try and get Rose close to the fall. They're going to be in a pretty precarious spot if NRG are able to get in using Mata's alt, or doesn't even need to use it necessarily, but they get themselves into a post-plant situation where they're not dropping players, Scuba gets the pit down. That's something that BBL will have to be concerned about. And if that does come to fruition, Lovers Rock would love to have a dimensional drift to get through the pit, try and ping players out for spam.
Sợ nhau gặp nhau đúng quá.
We'll see what they have cooked up. Coach Key, I mean, also in a sense a rookie to this stage. Has spent years coaching some GC teams, then went to challengers with this very core and has ascended right along with them.
Can BBL get Lovers Rock set up though for success? That off feels like it's a key component of their success.
And here's that all from Mata just storming through heaven off that relay bolt. It's all about pace, but Rose shuts it down instantly.
Đó, mẹ bắt đầu rớt. Rớt bắt đầu quăng game.
Not one to
Con
let the
mẹ
game get
nó
ahead
bắt
of
đầu
him
quăng
clearly.
game rồi đó.
And already NRG down to 2 players.
Bắt đầu quăng rồi đó.
They're in the site conditionally anyway. Brock's the one with the spike and he
Cái thằng mẹ vào Raptor luôn mà.
from Kiko.
That was some blistering speed from NRG that went.
Đáng lẽ vào đó thằng Kiko nó phải là flash ở trên cái Raptor luôn á, ngồi đồ trên Raptor luôn. Chứ lợi win nó sẽ cao hơn. Có thể em. Có thể á.
Take the site. We'll play a retake 5-on-2.
This is a very wishful Razorbind here. Kiko found 2. Brock. Yeah. Tough to extract yourself from such a situation.
Bắt đầu trôi lại nha, bắt đầu quăng là thua nha. Quăng là thua nha, bye bye.
Want to go all pace, overdrive, spike down, hit. Let's keep it simple, guys. But Rose sidesteps the bolt and just decapitates Mata.
Nếu có flash thì băng qua quả tường luôn mà. Băng chay quả tường luôn mà.
You're going to get punished for that against BBL.
There's some variations on that you can take up. As Lovers Rock with the op in hand, we're going to see it again this kind of round. And the same question's going to be asked of NRG.
Và đó phải có phổ flash chứ à.
Make the Euro a non-factor.
NRG have been getting B main quite easily, just throwing down the early vines. Can Lovers rocket another shot? No, that's a pretty tough one to hit. Mata through that molly, in some danger, but crosses back sight.
Good recovery, and I love the TP across there from the Omen of Kiko. He is in position and ready, but the judge was not noted.
Trời mẹ, hai thằng đứng ở cửa, men nó bắt hết 3 thằng chịu.
Passes that info back to Rose. BBL now put their nose out in front.
Yeah, that was more of a tsunami than a flood, honestly, the way that BBL played that one out. The Nightfall initially, and then LaRock being able to play up close.
Sky nó thả chó chứ nhỉ?
Lovers Rock forces teleport away when he, misses that crazy off shot attempt. Then comes right back in with the dimensional drift. Feels like it's Cosman Lloyd.
Ủa pha này Sky nó thả chó chưa mà dẹt chay nhờ?
The rest of the team are so fast to support.
Trời má, là góc ảnh gáy ác thật.
Couldn't see the judge pushed up close. Fast lane. Hid LaRock from the rest of NRG. Away we go here.
Mẹ anh đứng lên anh chỉ từng thằng luôn mà.
Very much a default flavor on
anh điểm mặt từng thằng luôn mà.
Kiko left with just a stinger into this one, by the way. Money not so great for NRG.
In a post plant, you like NRG. It's a matter of getting there, that's the question. Steel Garden and Viper's Pit are at their fingertips. It's a really ponderous start to the round. None of that pace we saw prior.
Sao thấy vậy được nhiều người chỗ mà.
Mid is claimed. The multi-face gets him into heaven now as the Rock. I'm sure will look for an opening. But he's still on the judge.
NRG at the moment just very content to take some space up towards mid, draw out utility while the round is still
xài nhiều lắm.
You can see the spike is all the way back there in
Artisan xong rồi tới Rui.
But they're just showing emphasis on, a bit of B heaven, a bit of vents.
Rui tới ba xe.
Either site right now.
Characteristically, though, again from BBL, no B main control outside of this posting from Lovers Rock. He's got to respect that Steel Garden. He'll be able to keep his primary for the time being. That's great reaction though for Predator. Kiko attempts to walk up and it falls flat on its face. Shot missed though. There's a chance here to get into the site for NRG. Lovers Rock. Maybe flash around the corner. Some shorty action. Yes. Tears Marta's head clean off his shoulders. Spike loose on site. LaRock now looks to post up on yet another corner. The op is still singing out in time. Is getting very short. Scuba's pinged out by the haunt.
Vỡ trận rồi.
Lovers Rock is every bit the sleep paralysis demon.
Mẹ quăng một round cái round rớt thôi là vỡ trận này.
These past couple rounds out of the timeout. Kiko feels like just a little bit early perhaps on that, not having anyone to swing out and trade for him. And then Lovers Rock, backside is just doing a great job fighting towards main, had Loida there as well, playing off and tucked in the corner. LaRock in so quick, has the overdrive popped. They are just not allowing NRG to actually get the spike down. Their mission has been to fight them so aggro just as they're getting out of the choke point, and it's so far working exactly as they hoped.
So it's another timeout here, and so another coin-based win condition. NRG start that round slow. There's
vô địch jam thua vô địch Assassin.
Heaven control. But unfortunately, things fall apart when they can't really capitalize on the steel guard on that, but in theory, get them into B properly. Force Lovers Rock off the angle. It's one way to do it.
Just gets them through B main. Doesn't actually cover anything back site.
You'd rather a drone in that position, I think, for that purpose at least.
Yeah, and it really just felt like, some of those timings were just not tight enough with KickOff fighting Heaven, and then they're kind of rounding the corner of B main. It was just a little bit off kilter for NRG. We're going to need to stabilize out of this timeout. Money has not been good. Future buy is not going to be good.
There's a lot of moving parts in NRG's composition. Pretty flashlight as well. Of course, they got the paranoia, but Kiko ends up walking into, like you mentioned, a player stationed behind that Viper wall. So it's a question of whether they go back to those fast hits, that burst speed here, but I think the unknown variable of the off in the mix now for Lovers Rock changes the calculus for the Americans.
Will this be another fast-paced round like we saw on A Start on Lovers Rock. Mata wants to accelerate.
Love to rest the off away from the star player of BBL, but chance to ingress in towards this Heaven position until they force their way in, and it works out. Behind the guiding light flash, Ethan's able to find Kreven. Rock spotted out now as well. He tries to play the rat angle, but he has been revealed. And perhaps NRG Bats might be looking elsewhere for now.
Oh, the barrel is spotted by Lovers Rock.
Oh my god! His gate crash, I don't think it has the effect he wanted it to. He might have wanted that back towards spawn a bit further. Either way, Lovers Rock swings himself onto the angle. Takes the Vice out, but now he's going to contend with the Viper spitting.
Oh my god, I mean, Ethan is so low. Even mid-range, he could have gone down to the shorty.
Now, though, the question of getting back into the site for BBL is a difficult one. Screens is covered up by that Viper's pit. And they've got Mata in position to watch an A main play. Dancing the bullets past the wall, but Luida's still able to make short work of him.
Now they've got a real chance, and they have more than enough cash to go for a risk like this.
NRG are in the pit. They can play themselves back into the site that way. Their information now is kind of expired in its usefulness. Luida's already playing forward onto the spike. Doesn't know if it's going to be a swing out of this pit, though, to try and challenge him, but Lovers Rock's trying to get ahead of it. Scuba, that's the swing. There's Lovers Rock ready for it. That is dirty stuff. Gets it to half, and now it's on Kiko. And the Guardian's just not going to cut the mustard, is it? 6 up for BBL, and a sick retake.
They cannot be allowed to get away with that. NRG, I don't know, wires crossed, things getting scrambled. The pit isn't covering the spike back site. Ethan rotates up to Heaven. The spike isn't planted for him either. Really bizarre situation.
Free haircut.
Vô địch Jam thua vô địch Assassin.
And these little mistakes adding up just give BBL enough room to win the round out despite only having 2 players remaining. They win the duels that they're gifted for free.
Ui, ông kia ông lai rồi.
A situation to be taking duels like that. I can't believe how much that crumbled for NRG. Just miscomms on miscomms, it felt like.
Fast playing towards the A side now.
Ôi, múa kìa.
Now what do you have to work with? Pieces to be picked up, I'm sure.
Múa kìa.
It's going to be a grim mosaic that NRG try to construct. Kreven, here's the TP. Faked as it was, as NRG are no further than ramps, and they're down to 2.
The BBL are just applying the maximum pressure to NRG at any moment that they are trying to get through a choke. They're being stuffed by players by way too much util, and a willingness from BBL to just run down the world champs.
No respect. Just as promised from BBL. Rogue's making those shots a little wayward, but Brock is still dealt with it eventually. Just a suspension of disbelief, perhaps. Kiko next out. And BBL now ahead of steam.
Dính 3 tiếp.
Eyes forward. 7 rounds on this defense side. Already an impressive first half.
Despite this being a map that heading into this tournament you would have had at the bottom of their active pool. It feels like their game plan is working exactly as it's drawn up. You're seeing Lovers Rock at his best controlling the map with the AWP right now, or with the Outlaw. And then LaRock is just able to dominate them on the opposite sides of the map. They're playing so aggro, stuffing them in these chokes, fighting when NRG are trying to get out.
Hey, Luida, maybe not expecting Mata to be there so early, but it's the customary sort of fake TP and B main setup. Try and dissuade any further presence, though. It's fast up ramps for NRG.
Yeah, Rose is trying to get over there in time to find some kind of trade. Luida teleports behind him and spawns.
Trời ơi, vậy mới làm được đôi à. Vậy mà làm vẫn làm được đôi à.
And now down to 3 are
The
NRG.
spike
Yep,
is
mẹ
on
spy
the
luôn.
ground. It needs to be recovered by NRG now. BBL just pounce on that.
Yeah, I mean, he's that trailblazer. Nothing to clear that space. NRG have lost this spike almost certainly. Brock with his stinger has to try and find a way to get it back. Decade down, caught in the seas. And now BBL get to play with their food. Don't worry about it. So there's
Xong,
bigger fish to
yeah.
fry for NRG.
How do you
Bắt
get
mặt
back into
tụi,
this if you're NRG?
NRG
Mana
này
has the
như một
full
quyển
kit.
sách luôn
Maybe
rồi.
there's a way he can fast lane to get the spike, or like relay bolt one guy, try to isolate, slide at him with the Bucky. Maybe off the chaos, Brock could try to make something happen with the Phantom. All right, just a recovery mission. They got the spike and they're out. In the meantime, Brock is just hauling his way to the B side.
He can't cross to heaven, and Marta knows it. He's got to go the long way around.
BBL are not far behind. Rose is already posted up in B heaven.
Brock does have a rifle though. Oh, no noise made, and Brock's able to capitalize. Now there's a glimmer of hope. Dimming by the second though as Lover's Rock gets closer under Dimensional Drift and emerges in front of Brock.
Được. Fuck, bên tới hai này cho nè.
Absolute capitulation for BBL. And the MasterCard Thrifty snatched up for NRG.
that can't be the first round.
Ủa là
That
sao?
NRG put in the board.
Ủa
It was like
hai team này mẹ đang cho nhau à.
I cannot believe that. I mean, also just what a call to say, Brock. Just start running to B. You're a little slower than I am. I'll grab the spike.
What?
I'll meet up with you later.
That seems so hasty for Lover's Rock to emerge from the truth
He
like that.
thinks he could maybe, I don't know.
Rồi em tháo ra
I
rồi
don't know if he
hả?
thought he could deny the plant or scare
Tháo
the
ra đi.
planter to getting off or just trying to catch them like someone would be I don't know. That was
Ở đâu? Vô ngủ ngủ rồi hả?
risk to take.
Defense side Viper's pit though, BBL.
Dạ.
Looking to stuff the
Không,
choke on the A
nhanh mà
side
có nửa
of the
tiếng
map.
chứ gì không tới nửa tiếng, 15 phút rồi đặt cơm đã
Sharp
nóng
from
rồi
Mana.
mà.
Sharp as attack.
That's exactly what they need from him. Has not been a lights out split game for Mata so far.
And that's a lot of the re-clear potential denied from BBL.
Larock just has one gun on the buy menu. Judge. No rifles. Nothing else. The Judge.
You can play yourself into B main in a multitude of different ways.
What an annoying setup though for BBL to just Judge B main, hit A main. Sure.
And NRG trying to test every other possible avenue before they go for one of those two. Looks like they're getting to heaven from mid. That's where they got that control. Marta is actually going to go deep yet again. Going to play close up down those stairs, and he's gotten two.
Mà đã làm đôi vậy 7 năm rồi.
Once again, it plays beautifully, and this time Marta was on his own.
Ôi.
It doesn't matter. Enough rope given to BBL for them to hang themselves with.
7 năm rồi.
And Creven is in a 1v5. These are important rounds for NRG to find at the end of this first half.
A light smile on the face of Brock after he wins that 1v1 while stunned against the Judge. we are in silly land, man. This has
Part of
been,
the Olympic luge
Tròn vãi.
been a wild last
Hai team
couple
thuần
rounds.
tròn, hai team neon thuần tròn. mà.
We're getting a nice little banger third map. I'd like to see that. Now, BBL, they had some great adjustments from round 6 to 10, utter domination, and it felt like round 11 was one that NRG didn't necessarily deserve to win in the 2v3, but they somehow make this close in the end at a 7-5. Just a mental half of Valorant.
Now we get a run back of the Marta solo play in the spawn, and this time it works even better than it did before. Half time, 7-5. Competitive start to split. Only one way to find out how it all ends. That's to stay with us.
Làm số. Anh cứ kêu gọi đi nha. Không có thích nha. Anh biết sợ mình hãy cứ kêu. Dạ, thử nha. Anh không có bên đầu. Ê anh. Anh.
Ừ.
Như này đủ rồi đúng không?
Ừ.
Em mai bạn anh như đây đủ rồi đúng không?
Cho mẹ hả? Nhiều lắm. Bớt lại đi, bớt lại đi.
Nè. Nè.
Ừ.
Có cắt ra không?
Được rồi.
Có cắt ra không?
Cắt. Cái con khủng long này nhìn buồn cười vậy. Cái con khủng long rồi này.
one point in the first half. BBL had strung together 5 rounds in a row to make it 7-3.
Là cái đài ạ. Bữa đi Thái Lan cũng vậy á, lúc mà mấy ngày đầu thì không sao nha, ngày bán kết với ngày chung kết ấy nó rừng luôn.
It felt like BBL were in that situation where you can't do anything wrong. You're just winning in every little micro area of the game. Every shot is connecting, and you start to make a couple silly mistakes because of that. That's what happened on those final 2 rounds, and it's resulted in NRG being within touching distance of catching up. So BBL are going to have to really stabilize to maintain this lead in the second half.
And now they're going to play against that stopping power that NRG's composition boasts on defense. Fast lane though, to play BBL in towards the A side of the map. KickOff respects it, sees low in with the TP top side. I know the rocks already crossed, but everyone surrounds him. Good damage done, you can say that at least, but NRG are now pushed off the action.
Ethan lucky to get away alive. The spam coming his way in that smoke at 15 HP energy. They just want to fight. Brock is in up top, but he can't connect the shots just yet.
A lot of low health.
Má whip hết luôn mà trời. Nè 3 ông đều yếu máu ấy Brown ạ.
BBL with 3 players all below 31.
They've got 59 health total. This is so winnable for Brock.
A couple stray shots here and there. He's getting nothing from BBL. Look at the push up here from Kreven inside the box. The bait jump out there for Rose. Down to 1 HP. It's not enough. BBL distribute the bare minimum of health amongst their teammates. And clown on Brock.
Kreven with the perfect timing to peek out, but that is just BBL playing as fast as you possibly can in the game of Valorant.
Muốn đứng xem 45 phút quá, thật ra thì có ghế ngồi á em. Có ghế ngồi nữa. Em muốn đứng là đứng, ngồi anh ngồi.
Ethan was really unable to support in a meaningful way, just took so much damage. He's forced to retreat.
Xong về nước rồi mấy đứa rồi. À lộn, tôi nhánh thua rồi.
Once again, same play. Kiko going to be pressured on the side. This time he tucks. Doesn't look for a cross.
Again, energy. They're here fast. They have 4 players on this site.
His classics had to go to work, but BBL are just not going to let them find their footing. And they're swept away. So it's on Brock again, who with the classic will simply challenge from rafters and ideally make a swift but dignified exit from the round. Rose will be the one to close it.
With the triple, with the spike plant, Rose is just 1 orb away from getting a nightfall on the very first buy round.
Nhanh nhờ.
NRG.
Trận này cảm giác nhanh nhờ.
Everyone on the defensive side there were just gathered up in the site for the slaughter. That was just effortless for BBL.
Trận này nhanh nè mấy em. Trận này nhanh vãi ọ luôn á. Đéo có tactic con mẹ cả, nãy giờ tôi thấy toàn là đẩy W Gaming y chang cách đánh của Valorant luôn ấy.
See this push up to the barrier on this ramp direction. Might be an early thrust here from NRG, but they're all caught in paranoia. And Kreven finds his early. The Rock still wants to go for it. And the judge.
Hai W Gaming đâu?
He'll take the trade.
Yeah.
BBL favor now as Scuba's looking for a timing here up mid. It's only the clone that's there to see.
I
Might get a free one on Loida though. It's proactivity from Scuba. Oh, you're timing unless
he'll know. He'll know. Scuba knows he can get this one. Waits for the last possible second. But again, it's still a player advantage for BBL. Scuba on ramp, down, and it's on Kiko. Has that side presence, and in fact,
ông thấy
BBL know where he is.
Thấy Kiko nhưng mà thằng Yoru kê lại rồi.
Kiko now walking through main. Was he spotted? Yeah, he definitely was. BBL they're on the move over to the free B site. Rose is going to have the nightfall as well.
Bắn trúng nhanh luôn á anh em ạ.
Why not?
Yoru nó tỉnh. Yoru nó tỉnh và ác.
As advertised, it's the little 17-6 on this last map. And when only going up against one initiator, being able to outlaw so much on that first half, he is racking up kills. I mean, now on attack with the rifle. Yeah, that paranoid, that's just a sick play on it. And they do it against NRG on the round where NRG go for a 3-man swing on ramp. That is so unfortunate.
And kind of demoralizing, I think, for NRG who go for that variation and have a counter by one little piece of utility.
Đá là bắn kinh ác.
A timeout here. 5 rounds behind of NRG. The weaponry, it's not pretty. 3 Buckies, 2 Stingers. It's a full house of tomfoolery in the arsenal. We might expect a fast play into one of these, an early pop for NRG, maybe to get value out of Mata's duelist nature on defense. But really, very little of what was promised by NRG's composition has come to fruition yet on this defense side. Losing that bonus, or seeing the bonus converted by BBL rather, that stings.
We have seen a completely different BBL from Pearl to Abyss to now on Split. The turnaround is unbelievable. It looked like they were falling victim to the first seed curse, to the debut global event curse. They just did not have their bearings on that map. But they take a deep breath, come back, and are just in phenomenal form. And in phenomenal form, playing their style, playing their way of Valorant.
Being permitted to play their way too.
Yes, it's with the meta agents, but they have their own approach, their own flavor to running this. You're running the Neon, and it's just working so well. Can Bonkar find an answer for NRG out of this timeout? On this round, it's a pretty meager buy with just the Stingers, though.
Yeah, little offensive pops here on this defense side is what they're going to have to go for. Some fancy putback there by Mata. Twinkle Toes.
Chơi game tốc độ cao vãi liên thề. Có Neon vô chơi game đúng kiểu tốc độ cao luôn.
How long is he going to get away with this? He's hoping for a push on the corner.
And when is he going to get some help? I mean, does he even need the help? How is he not gone down?
Okay, so ultimately it's not a fake being sold. BBL trying using to pave the way, but here's Lover's Rock for 1. Mark comes in around the corner though. And this thrifty round for NRG looks like it might be secure.
BBL getting way too thinly spread across the map there. Not able to get back to Larock in time. He had all that space on B, but the other 3 players are rotating cross map.
Did feel like we got to see once again the Turkish default. Deep A, deep B presence for BBL, but they're not really knowing where to end up in the end. Mata's having to take forward.
Sao mai xem quả thôi ngủ đi cá ơi.
I like NRG taking that aggro timing with the fight up in heaven when the wall was up. Just pop flash out of it with Ethan. Yeah, it's this moment here with Mata. Able to dodge out, get the second shot connected, pretty sick.
An insane round for Mata. Basically playing gun game here. Yeah, he's able to catch out Lover's Rock as he went for a play with the Outlaw. Important round for NRG, but it's too early to say if their head is above water yet.
Larock has found a new weapon on the buy menu. He has the rifle for this rush over into A. Mata needs to back up. That's a bit too much pressure. Okay, the judge ain't doing that. Judge isn't doing that, bro.
Apropos of nothing, it's Ethan down through the smoke. KickOff, who's been very dependable on this B side of the map. Great anchor, bought a lot of time, and there he just takes that kill in B main. NRG looking a little comfortable here, or at least easing into this defense side now. Nice slide in from Mata. Well, the Rock has his ankles broken, and now it's up to the Lover's Rock and Rose. He might need to find a mid to B as their solution.
This round and the last, BBL had felt really scrambled. Things not being coordinated between players, going down isolated, and NRG finding nice moments to aggress onto some of these isolated players like we just saw there with Larock. Now NRG just need to close things out as the clone goes forward.
Sees the gun barrel. Lover's Rock handled now. Pretty clean from NRG, and it's nothing. They're not reinventing the wheel here, Wyatt. We're seeing some of these little pops up on the defense side behind like a Paranoia, and then a dive in from the Neon. It's what you should expect if you're going up against, a defense side of Neon in general. And still, BBL seem to be a little suggestible in those moments, getting caught out by some of these aggressive moments.
Yeah, they had gotten that opener, and then Loida just exposed himself on the other side of the map, so the team doesn't have any smokes to play with going anywhere else. And from there, it's just easy for NRG to catch out individuals. And it's going to force BBL into a timeout here. Really can't blame them. The last couple rounds have not been clean for them at all, and it's given NRG an opening.
lot of what was working for BBL on that defense side now gets a little bit harder to employ on attack. I'm talking about contact angles with the op, for example. The Rock having those pops up defensively. Getting value, for example, out of a C's to disrupt a fast side hit. BBL have to adapt. It does look like, I think, they've shored up this map quite significantly since we saw them against Genomates there in that playoff match, that qualifying game. But even still, NRG now been able to slow things down and use these
Có khi nào bị lỗi ngược dòng không nhỉ?
tries to break that conditioning to give them an advantage and punish overextension.
Into this round, BBL don't think it's impossible that maybe they go for some kind of crazy alt play. They have a rifle, a Guardian, the Stinger, and then Larock does have the overdrive. BBL are a team that have cooked up some pretty creative alt rounds that they use throughout KickOff to catch teams out, get free round wins. Do they take a risk like that here, though? Map 3 against NRG, popping ults in a round where they don't have a full buy?
Early clear of A here. This should be pretty important information for NRG. Paranoia catching on a Scuba. He's going to extract himself rather quick. Mata is there, though. Step up in his stead. That's an overdrive completely stuffed from Larock. There's that stopping power. Razorvine denies a fast push from BBL onto B.
Grabbing the lone rifle on BBL. Just trying to just see if someone on energy would maybe expose themselves in mid. Not going to be the case, though. As the rest of the team group up. Mod has really started to heat up in this game, hasn't he?
He's absolutely the build-around for NRG in terms of this defense side strategy, Wyatt. I don't know if you actually saw that play through mid, and yet they have the crossfire set up as is custom towards heaven. There's a glimpse of some headgear. Okay, Kiko, tap it away. And that'll be enough for the time being for NRG. Kraven and Rose, last two up. And once again, Kiko flexes his dominance on B. Kraven will be fortunate to leave the round with a rifle in hand.
Má đừng nói anh này anh cân 3 nữa nha.
So there is a chance.
No reason not to go for it. That is for certain. So that's a question of where you fall back to on this A side of the map. NRG going to have to make their way over. Razorvine does deny the early play back out towards main by Kraven, but he'll get where he needs to be.
Oh, wanted to bait out that wall as well.
Nó có đồ phay cái tường hay nhỉ.
The little things here for Kraven. Trying to pave his way for
Nhưng mà
success.
thấy luôn rồi.
He'll have to take a pretty raw fight, and he sees three
Đen
guns
thấy rồi.
trained in his direction. And so the firing squad gets NRG back within 2 rounds.
A fair attempt from Kraven. I like he baits out the util, goes back, puts himself in a position where he tries to isolate a fight to slowly even up the numbers. He was doing everything right, but ultimately that's just going to be such a tough situation for them to win. Stunner first shot from Mata.
Again, some really solid crossfire there. Kiko's been fantastic on defense.
Overdrive committal just gets fully nullified.
Now we're playing the game. To quote Ethan, can't argue with that. 3 rounds in a row for NRG. And some pretty important ultimates here, especially if they want to funnel BBL in their choice of direction. They've got that Viper's Pit off rip.
Đi.
Faster from Larock, getting up towards a ramp.
It's a bit mid.
Yeah, instant broken, but does know that no one is too close up. So BBL fight and take some early space over towards A, and now the entire team is rotating over here. They just want to go for this straight up exit. They have to deal with Brock and some delayed utility in that shake.
Exactly. That Razorvine could be big, but Lover's Rock can circumvent all of it. There is Larock falling though. Ethan plays himself onto the side. Checks that Razorvine spot, and then what an angle to fight. Rock on. They all step up, and the Mastermind knocks them down like dominoes. Blow-in will be double swung.
Easy Ethan set.
And Ethan is on his feet.
And a risk like that, just going for a fast exec against this Vice comp is absolutely punished. They don't get the info on Brock being there. They're completely stalled out.
Oh.
And you see the duelists just isolated there with Lover's Rock stuck all the way in. And that was just such a heads-up play from Ethan. So smart to drop down back into that corner.
No Not quite Lysol level aura farming from Ethan, but certainly starting to emanate some confidence. Captain gets his team back within a round. Was the fake jump there? LaRock though in hot pursuit. Brock gonna try and cover Ethan's retreat, but it's just not enough. The Rock will not be denied.
That is pretty outrageous. Does Brock try to get back in here? I mean, there's a slight angle with the Molly not fully covering the choke.
No, he doesn't fancy it. There's a risk of being triple swung there in the end, as the side is certainly under BBL's control for now. The screen's present for Brock as he crosses back over. And it looks like Marta wants that heaven control again.
And look at this flank from Scuba, but it's just being read by Loida. This timing can
Gun
Scuba
barrel.
win this out.
Ôi má tay.
To lose though, Scuba had a chance, an opportunity. There's a slide in from Marta, at least forces the gate crash, but that's back to the site. Lovers Rock can just play as an anchor now in his retake.
And Loida doesn't have to do anything but live. He can just be a nuisance in the back line over towards A main.
Now NRG have to descend into the Viper's pit. An unenviable position at the best of times, but they've got to go for it. Lovers Rock straight through the smoke, caught out. That's Kiko for two. Surely not more. Loida steps up, steps out.
Má ông
Finds that three kill.
Viper
Last
bóp
card,
vãi liền pha đó.
BBL. The lights are still on.
Ông whip cái
This time they go away, but let's just ignore Brock on the site. We're gonna run up ramp and just get in Ethan's face. Not much stall utility where they're playing with the sky.
Ta giết cho tôi chết mà.
Relay ball is so good. Yeah, just the dash in.
Qua này Scuba lỗi nè. Qua này Scuba không được chết anh em à.
If Scuba wins that out, all of a sudden they're the one backstabbing in. They don't have to worry about A main late. They can just get to the site, put all of their focus on
Đang
fighting
đà
for
cơm bắt xong thua lại à.
Up is back in play. Wyatt Lovers Rocks gets himself the scope weapon.
Oh, they gotta deal with him there, yeah.
Again, just found himself in a 1v3 scenario unbeknownst to himself.
BBL love to run a, you know, like a full exec play, everything behind aggression with LaRock there, and then they'll mix it up and just kind of send him solo and try and play off that, like a bit of conditioning, but NRG really don't want to give up A right now. They just fight it even more heavily.
Mẹ muốn up luôn à.
Look at NRG, yeah, double face, and that's Creven
Ô
down.
mẹ không up luôn
The
mà.
Viper wall gone, so very quickly NRG are going to realize there's no one else today, especially with these Seekers trained from the rest of BBL. Here's Brock from lower. Paranoia comes in from B main. That's disruptive indeed. Kiko's taken out by the op. Lovers Rock spotted as he drops down. Scuba waiting for a chance to get this crossfire going, but Luida could be a problem in the corner of the site, and he's not spotted out. Two for the Omen.
And Rose just saw the barrel. Mana backing towards stairs though, makes a little bit of noise. Look at Ethan coming through main.
This could be fortuitous timing. Ethan with a flash still to play with. Luida very low, as is Rose. Surely you don't fight yourself out of this one. No, Marta there from CT. It's Luida down. And Rose can only get back on rafters and have a bird's eye view of a situation that likely will spiral out of his control. 18 health. Marta plays close. Ethan with a double face. And NRG quickly respond back and keep it close.
Still in the game. I love the way that they played towards it that time. I mean, they were not going to give LaRock an inch. They had three players just ready to fight here on ramp. The counter flash comes through. He's blinded up, dealt with. And then there was that mid-round timing that Mata and Ethan took to fight again in A main. And at that point, they just have more than enough.
Ôi ôi, anh mới có lick kỹ năng mới, Quason mới anh em ơi.
It's a tight round. You can see that look on
Kỹ năng
Broadcast face.
về nó ảo thế.
And TP forward into the back of sight by Luida could have been the undoing for NRG. And so the op was picked up by Lovers Rock. It's gone again. Dropped away. Back to the rifle. And Broad now has the Odin to play with.
An interesting buy from BBL late into the timer. There was some swaps around with the guns, figuring out what to do, but it's left them with three rifles and it looks like a desire to get into this B site quickly.
Relay bolt here. Odin could be very powerful in this spot, but Brock's going to be flashed off the angle. Rose into heaven. Kiko, though, is there yet again. Great opener. Rose has to be huge here. He needs to find the undoing, but Scuba's watching for it. Great correction. We're looking at an even game if things keep going in this direction.
Nó lên Odin rồi sao win đây?
HP on BBL is horrifically low. No control of the map. Where do they try to finish in this situation? If for all they know, one player could be pushed all the way up into A main, holding that. They're going to try to go up mid, in towards B heaven, re-hit. That's a re-hit into four players. Surely there is no way they can wrangle this round back into their control.
Ethan doesn't fancy it. flashed out himself. Krevin's actually able to get ahead of this now, but surely Ethan's looking for it. Cool, calm, collected, king of composure. King is dead. Flawless round for NRG. And Ethan perched on a throne of skulls.
Him and Mata have been outrageous in this second half. That duo has been bringing NRG back. Sick lineup.
The game is even. The heads are in the hands for the BBL coaching staff. As for all their bluff and bluster, NRG have taken this game to a standstill around 23.
Smoke goes down towards Vent from Loida in this 1-3-1 for BBL. As they want to press through that cloud, flash, prowler, Rock up quickly. They've got this space towards Mail. Still very early in the round. How do they want to work it? They've got control of B main as well.
High-low crossfire. Marta shows first, backs up. Haunt dealt with quickly enough, but they might have had the second weapon here in Heaven.
Oh, the paranoia goes through. Larock not going to fight it too aggressively, though. Look at the map right now. NRG have 4 players towards B. BBL have really convinced them that that's where they're going to be headed.
Brook understands the assignment, though, Wyatt. Play post-plant with this Steel Garden.
And now look at this. Loida can teleport across, so they can have all 5 players on this execute. I love what BBL are doing so far. Brock, he has given up the site, retreated with the Odin. Can he get anything done with the spam? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nothing to see from that crossover. No way to light up BBL as they get into the site. But again, there is a Steel Garden in play. Here it comes. Tough to get out of this one. Kiko trading out for Loida. Now wants to get onto the site. Smokes off that main position. Trying to force Lovers Rock off the angle. And he's taken down before the smoke blooms. Now onto the site we go. Risky and dangerous for BBL. They're grouped up together, hoping they can crossfire this. But one by one, they step up out of the Odin will have his fill. Match point for NRG.
Lội ngược dòng ác thực.
BBL just trapped in the site after planting. NRG with all of the space. They tear them apart. Odin from Brock just a bit too much.
Again, Brock was patient, spent the whole round in screens, played off the Steel Garden. Huge retake. Plenty of animation here on the faces of NRG. It's been a slog of a game. BBL now in an awkward spot of buying up what they can, and it is not much.
Ultimates not really a factor in this round unless Lovers Rock can find a kill, find an orb. BBL are back into this 1-3-1. Can they take it to OT against the world champions?
Haunt gets them into ropes. NRG happy to try and encircle them, maybe once again play themselves into Heaven for at least the trade.
You can see the gate crash was just sent back all the way towards market from Lovers Rock. So at any point could go back. That Rose is here with the spike. I'm sweating just watching his point of view.
He's alone for now.
And Larock has doubled back. And it looks like Lovers Rock wants to maybe play proactively, maybe make some noise and teleport back to the others.
It's the same high-low setup here. It's dangerous. Relay bolt thrown out, but Lovers Rock finds success solo over on that A side of the map. But is he ready for Brock? He sees him.
Yeah, gets the drift with that kill, gets the info on Brock, and now BBL are on the way towards that A side. Gets the space in elbow, leaves a dimensional drift. The rest of BBL, they get past that wall, it gets tripped. It doesn't matter. This is going to be a 4-on-3 for the game.
Oh, through the smoke, Kreven. Doesn't know what him
kinh
and
nghiệm
Brock
thế.
This is exactly where he shines. Through the corners, the damage is gone.
Lại là Odin ạ.
Lovers Rock tries to stand up, it's on Loida. 1v2 in the post block.
Ôi!
We're at both for Loida. Takes us to overtime. It's the stuff of
Holy
dreams.
shit.
Not even the greatest fantasy authors have the audacity to put that pen to paper. And yet here we are, Loida extends a lifeline to BBL.
Oh my god, man.
Gì?
The speed on that second shot, the reaction
làm gì?
time is insane. How the hell does he adjust back for that? You are joking, man. I am just stunned. I don't know what to say.
And all 9 million.
It should be done. NRG should be moving through the upper bracket, and yet we're in OT. All right. Oh my God.
So we have as little time as the players do to gather ourselves as we head into overtime. NRG is starting the attack side. Lovers Rock has the defense side off that gave NRG so many issues in the first half.
Full control of A, and BBL have even pressed up into B main. Extremity control on either side of the map. NRG working fully through mid, now fully through B heaven. Following the Trailblazers, Mata downstairs into the spawn. So now these BBL B site players have to be concerned about an
Đẩy về
additional
spawn
lane
luôn
that
rồi,
NRG
vãi
will be
liền thật.
pressing them from.
And so they've had to reposition, but they do have that B main control, so they can just flip the map on that side of things. Big shot, Craven knows also where Marta's going to be coming from. Marta thinks twice about fully committing to it. Relay bolt, fast lane, you name it, distracts him from the reality of Scuba descending. Loida in the back corner of the side, and Marta slides on up. Rose will get the drop on Kiko though. A backstab pays off, and NRG still need to find a spike plant.
And LaRock is just still in B main with his judge, has to find a moment to close the distance.
Just a bit of the head was enough for Ethan to take Lovers Rock out of the game. It's all on LaRock. With the judge, gets an upgraded weapon, understood. Scuba's going to be able to set up that high-low crossfire. LaRock with it all to do. His hands on with the shorty.
À, căng thế à.
And NRG say, well, perhaps second time's the charm.
Mata is just relentless in these rounds. The fact that he is able to get the kill, backside here, yeah, the movement into the slide, the kill on Loida. And because LaRock has the judge in main, can't even really get traded. There's not a great crossfire setup there. NRG had neither extremity to work with, so instead they take spawn control away from BBL. Crazy, crazy approach to the round, and it works out.
It's becoming the signature for NRG on this map, but now they'll flip the defense. Brock and the Odin. Match made in heaven. 3 plays with the paranoia. Look how quickly BBL have to disperse. Marta though wants to get in there. Perhaps a slide over extension. Sees, catches Kiko, TP across. And the snake bite hits a spike loop.
He just doesn't know where to go. Felt like he was going to walk into a sight line.
This is recoverable though. There was a gap in the smoke, but Loida moves forward, gets the spike to hand. They've still got to deal with Brock on these off angles. Spamming through the wall, and now with a Razorbind to slow BBL down.
BBL have enough time though. They don't need to overcommit right now. They get those thorns out.
Lovers Rock daring Brock to swing that line. But he knows better. LaRock slaps him down. That's the Odin out of the game. Kiko now has to be as dependable as he's been all game, if not more. Tucked just below Rafter. Lovers Rock sees him first. Well, now Ethan and Scuba have to work this from different angles, pick apart the tapestry the BBL are put together. And we're just going to show. Kreppen tries to find a timing with it to trade. So it's up to the captain yet again to save, to salvage, to bail water out of a rapidly sinking ship. Do it again, folks. BBL, stay alive.
Căng nha.
They had no util to work with there, just pure crossfires, fundamentals, and they trade out well. This was so awkward in mid for Rose. Great first kill, but it gets traded out by the Molly. BBL then just slowly work their way into that B side, and I think Brock maybe regretting taking that aggro line where he swings through the smoke with the Odin. That's really where the advantage is found in the round for BBL.
So BBL are going to opt to call a timeout here. Out of that round number 26.
Listen, there's no other way to say it. BBL right now are in the highest pressure situation of their careers, from their coaching staff to all of the players. This is a brand new experience for them. They've been undefeated so far this year to get here, but bear in mind, this is the team coming up from Ascension in an OT Map 3 debut against the reigning world champions. Absolutely insane.
We've said this before, NRG, Marta, Scuba, and Brock were here at Champs in their first global. They had to do the same thing. This kind of pressure, this kind of crowd, and they went all the way to be crowned world champions last year. So they know what it feels like to be in BBL's shoes. They've been there themselves. Does that mean they have the answer Do they have the stuff to quench this flame for BBL that is starting to spark a wildfire?
Curious to see when we get out of this if we're just going to get more Lover's Rock opping, glass cannon as well. He did that on the first round, and we have seen this map of Split be the most successful for Lover's Rock individually. And I do feel like it just comes down to the fact that NRG are not playing double initiator here. There's more opportunities for him to pick up these scoped weapons and find success.
This is an NRG timeout called after the BBL one. Both teams using this opportunity to take a breather. And I imagine, Wyatt, a lot of the conversation for BBL is about this fast play up mid into heaven, into spawn from Mata. He's mixed it in 3 times or so this game, and it's almost always been successful. Last time he did it, he was in their spawn. That is something BBL cannot afford to do. Even the push into B main to try and take some space of their own in response wasn't enough.
It has felt like the longer this game has gone, NRG are being more dynamic with Mata's pathing around the map. I mean, even on that round on defense, they had him sliding into that fight in mid. They're getting a little bit more adventurous with him to have an effort of closing out this game, or, you know, back late in regulations and tie things up, bring it to this position. NRG start this on attack after the double timeout call. Lover's Rock does have that operator over on this A site, on his lonesome. That teleport doesn't even get him all the way out. It gets him to elbow, by the way.
Well, this is play up mid from Mata, okay. Ends up being traded out. Scuba, they're going to play close with the shorty towards right room. He hears it. Oh, it's ham-fisted. It's haphazard, and ultimately it falls in a screaming heap. Now salvage, there's just nothing left to gather up for NRG. Lover's Rock makes sure of that. It's Kiko on his lonesome.
Cái đéo gì mà
A long way from home.
tham mau cho lâu vô mẹ một round diễn ra xong hết trơn luôn.
Lover's Rock in the meantime, just a free little two-piece over towards A main. Control of the spike for BBL. All in the hands of Kiko. The lone change in the roster for NRG this year. He has been so good. I think especially at this tournament, he's been playing even better than he was during the kickoff run to get here. Has had some phenomenal maps, but what a task he has in front of him. Spotted out, blinded up now by the paranoia as time is just slowly dwindling.
The consideration for NRG is now they've got to win that defense side round themselves. Stay alive in this series. They said, Strong at least, said that BBL were the team they least wanted to play. They felt mechanically they were the strongest, and they always overperform expectations. This game, I feel, is no exception. Kreven puts Kiko out of his misery, and NRG are faced with the grim prospect of fighting for their lives in this next round.
Need to see this again on the
Căng
replay.
thế.
The event was just so chaotic. Scuba coming through with a shorty, but whiffed. Ethan gets caught. Lover's Rock just switching up the angle there. And the dry peek from Brock and a little snapshot to remove him from that OT round. Feels like the coaches for BBL still playing it kind of cool, calm and collected right now.
The tense moment.
Keeping their focus. I wonder if BBL just have a set piece coming into this round, though, to try to close out the game.
We had back-to-back timeouts before these last couple of rounds. Time to see the fruits of the labor from the coach's box.
Fast lane coming in towards B. Lorak is in fast as a fight in mid as well.
Okay, everything promised to BBL. And they will snatch it up happily. Mata slides in, but it's a little too late there, I'd suggest. Plant here over in the B side of the map. Scuba has to play his
Trời
way
ơi,
but he's
mẹ.
locked up. Prowler reveals his presence, and Rose just
đẹp.
walks away. He's done enough. He knows that Scuba is going to be up against the odds.
Thôi ngược dòng một hơi để làm gì, rốt cuộc vẫn thua.
Such the Brock is to try and work his way into B with an Odin. Good start. Lover's Rock out the game. Player advantage still there for BBL, and Brock needs to find more. How?
Hả?
There is just no way. We're
What
still
the
going.
heck?
How the hell is that possible?
It feels like BBL, their bandwidth's so taxed they've got no mind for the fact that Brock is encroaching from behind. Catch him on the corner twice in quick succession.
Just slowly through the smoke, Loida turns at the exact wrong moment. I cannot believe we are still going. 4-on-2
Sao vậy?
has been thrown away.
I I think that moment spoke entirely for itself. Let's run it back once more. Defense side off for Lovers Rock.
Wow, Rose out in mid, just caught and dealt with straight away by Kiko. Oh my god, Mike just saw the cross back.
Like Bambi baits the shot. Of course, NRG already aware that Lovers Rock had been lurking on that A side of the map. He'd made it his own. On the BBL defense side round, Kreven gets the shoulder peek and gets a lot of info. There's a drift en masse across towards the B side by NRG.
Smoke thrown down to B main now from BBL. Energy want to get into this site. Fast lane up. Stun counter from Laroc to keep them at bay, at least temporarily. More than temporarily. Energy, they just do not want to fully commit to that site. Apprehensive. And maybe for the best, because that apprehension is honestly just dragging
Má phát hay giờ. Phát hay giờ.
Left Lloyd on his own.
Yeah, a little bit out in the open. The timing's not quite
Phát
there.
hay giờ.
NRG Loider is going to be extended a state of execution as he gets back towards spawn. Poison orb in heaven will allow NRG to creep slowly into position. And Loider, I think, now realizes what has happened, that he's given up the site. So patiently he'll wait for BBL to join him now. Maybe a play into heaven. Either way, NRG of 5 players ready for the retake attempts.
Hết đồ rồi, hết ma, hết giếng, hết mắt.
Not a lot of utility to work with Laroc and try to create some space by getting in with this fast lane, but that's about it. On top of everything, NRG, 2 guys going back through mid on this late wrap to close out the round with the spike planted for them. Feels damn near impossible for BBL to try and win this out.
Kiko low, got topped up in a pinch there by Ethan. Here comes Brock, a timing for Kiko doesn't quite pay out the way it was supposed to, but it's Ethan locking it down from the corner. Enough to Kreven on his own. Will be spotted.
Tỉnh vãi, tỉnh vãi.
NRG get that attack side win that we're looking for. And our match point is theirs.
A really beautifully played post plant from NRG. Just having the plan to get the spike planted for heaven. Immediate double wrap comes all the way back. Made it effectively impossible for BBL to win that round, retaking with an AWP with such low util. And now speaking of, Lovers Rock is going to keep the AWP. Glass cannon into this attack side. BBL trying to stay in the game. NRG can close it out here. Send BBL
Đá
to the
vẫn
lower
quyết định là mua
bracket.
up.
Collected up in mid. Glass cannon up on the attack side. To say that Lovers Rock is attempting a gambit would be an understatement. 27 and 19. Spectacular map for the Oru player. He's not getting anything out of NRG for free. Scuba looks to buy some time, surely, with a snake bite here. There's an encroachment in rope room. There could be some shenanigans there. No, here's the activation. Scuba's going to give up the ground. Kiko getting ready, trying to stall out the B main push here, and it works. Inside the smoke, Scuba needs to find at timing, and it might be now. Yes, the emergence. And Lovers Rock is dealt with.
Và double bit đỉnh lại. Ông Bro ông cầm ngày khẩu ốp nữa chứ.
In the meantime, Kreven, he's just
way too far away. He
can't help his teammates at all.
Loider tries to stop the flash as it comes on in. Kiko boots on the ground, and here's the spray from the Odin. Loider left, black and blue, and Kiko gets the fade out of the game. 4 health and a dream for Loider, and it's enough to take down Kiko. Numbers even now. Scuba knows Loider's low. There's a play towards his left. He may not be.
Okay.
That's a third for Loider.
Okay.
Get out! There is just no unreal. Of all 9 billion realities, I failed to see which one included that outcome.
Cái ba hai team này cái đéo gì thế nhờ?
And yet another lifeline
Pro vãi liền pro ạ.
This is one of the most outrageous games I have ever seen.
They're breaking all the rules. No regard for the way things are done.
I cannot believe it. Any player that is called upon to clutch up in the moment, they're just going to do it. Mana is in so quickly. Loider forced away on account of that, as is Lovers Rock. Cross map teleport.
No defense side up though for Lovers Rock this time. A switch up for BBL. Spike left back towards Ramen. His NRG are just getting exploratory early, looking for a fight, a raw one. An off might have served Lovers Rock better there, but we'll never know.
Mana brought very low, but Ethan, maybe an opportunity to heal up Mata back to at least that 100 HP. BBL have gone for a re-clear over towards A main. You just saw the Prowler expire there. Perhaps some false info. As NRG, they do want to end on this A side. Rose,
How is he going to get out of this situation?
I mean, he won't be getting out. He just has to get kills.
One kill might be enough. It feels like one and done for Rose. And under pressure, he wilts. Spoke towards that heaven side now, and you can see LaRock tries to play himself into the side. He's going to get there. Awkward now. And the judge is a well-apportioned weapon for just such a situation. He gets away with that too. Spotted though by Scuba. Spray into elbow. Deals with the neon. And here's Kreven from up on high. Can only find the one for the time being. And NRG whip around on him. Yet another match point set up for the Americas squad.
Another chance for them to just close out this match. Send BBL to the lower bracket. But the rookie team, the Ascension team coming up, under all the pressure in these OT situations, have not given up. Even when the rounds look lost, they're still in it somehow.
Fair enough, Kiko, fair enough. I did the same 2 rounds ago, so I get it. Sometimes you just stand up too quickly. I almost flipped the table at that.
Would have been justified.
The setup here is being put to the test, folks. The energy is absolutely electric. And it looks like NRG are moved by it. And they are lapping it up despite the pressure, despite the seriousness of the situation. It's NRG with their fate in their own hands. A match point here on Split. A map, heralded as a tough one for both teams, right? One where they both had slip-ups in time, but it has resulted in the most compelling back and forth, knockdown, drag out brawl we could have asked for this decider map.
Ôi.
They've given us just a moment to catch our breath before we get back into the game. Looks like Lover's Rock doesn't want to continue with the operator. Didn't find success with it on that last attacking round. Just going to keep it simple. Stick to the rifle. Still top kills in this game. Living up to the hype. Can BBL stay in the game, or will NRG close this out?
It's time to find out what's on the other side of the horizon, folks. Straight up mid, BBL determined to use strength in numbers, but Marta's tucked in Mail. And he'll follow them. What a timing! Kreven dealt with, but now Marta's been revealed. Back into mid he goes. Behind that relay bolt.
Just overwhelmed by the numbers, has to get away, but Kiko on high!
And that might be enough! Luida steps around the corner. Again, salvages the situation. But it might take a little more than that. Marta re-emerges here over towards B main this time, and NRG know they've got a bit of time. Ethan tentatively, dutifully, looking for a free opportunity. BBL are going to group up and make the playthrough small, but guess who's waiting for it? They've stepped into the Proctagon!
Xong rồi.
And that's Luida. A double face here surely means that this is the end of the road. Surely LaRock can't get it done either. And so, the brash and boastful BBL join a long line of supplicants forced to kiss the ring.
NRG are in that form to be the first team to go back-to-back winning champions and defending that title. They look like they could do it. This BBL squad had everybody worried when we saw Pearl. Were they not going to live up to the hype? Yeah, it didn't end up being the case. They put on a hell of a show. Absolutely flattening NRG on Abyss, and this split game is just an absolute banger. That is one of the most insane maps of Valorant I have seen since the game was released in 2020, Mitch. What the hell did we just watch, man?
And now we know for sure the BBL is not just a rumor, it's not just an exaggerated idea, it's not a psyop. These guys out of Ascension this year are the real deal to take your world champions to their limits and almost get the better of them. And these are situations you take away from, I think, the BBL way. It's lockdown time from a safe position. Kiko's able to set this up.
Lovers Rock opportunity in this 2 versus 3 to just stamp his name on the server. Start to show people globally why he's been such a star in EMEA.
He's back onto the side very quickly, though. That Nebula will be recalled. Lovers Rock wants an angle on Broken. Oh, that's a crucial shot to be missing. He'll have... Thought about the shorting play, but again, constantly canvassed by this control util. Is this A site in the post block?
Look at this 3-pronged crossfire setup that NRG have now. Players are BBL weak. Wow, what a shot. Are you joking? Still though, how can they win this? The crossfire just looks so good. Maybe with that divide, cutting it off.
Here's Kiko on the side, ready to fight for it. Loida is able to find his third, and it's up to Scuba now. There is a star on the site, but Scuba has to fight for it, and I think he knows. Here's the grab well. Lovers Rock gets it to half. Scuba's not done yet. Oh, through the wall, it's going to be dangerous here. Loida gets the defuse, and Scuba is on the outside looking in.
A crazy attempt from Scuba. Unlikely hero for BBL is Loida on that round. Lovers Rock couldn't connect the shots, but Loida, with that tap onto Brocken main, was stunning. How on earth do they win that out? Cosmic Divide placed at the perfect time after as well.
That was a matter of seconds.
BBL are certainly not out of the woods, though. It's a tactical round loss from NRG, perhaps, where they
reset
hit
the
an
loss
all-out,
bonus?
kill everyone, and the loss bonus is reset. Yeah, BBL are in serious danger still.
Yeah, and no ability for that scope weapon here for BBL. Lovers Rock's been without it for many of these critical rounds. They've had to give up lots of this B long. You see the crossover here by Loida. Spotted out though by the stealth drone, and Scuba instantly slaps him.
Oh no, the rest of the team are trying to get here in time to anchor though.
Okay, Mata's going to fight for Halls here. Guided Salvo gives him a bit of space, but he's going to have to brawl things out. It's 2 players hoping to double face him, but here comes the cavalry. Crevin's already found 2. Rourke's having to play off the side here, but a lot of very low health targets, and Scuba is in. That's Rose already dealt with, and Lovers Rock is really playing off this. Down to 11. Hoping to try and break this crossfire some way, but Scuba is ready. Just like that, NRG are back to
that. Taters to the stage. NR, a second player comes to him. They double up. Then they fight back hauls. Then they overwhelm those anchors together.
This is what you mentioned about having to play the single duelist in this anti-meta comp. He cannot afford to overextend like that.
And he just never does. There's so much weight on his shoulders. And yet he's been carrying it this entire event. I mean, at the moment, Mata's absolutely in the MVP bracelet hunt. NRG on this round, though, going up against pistols only. All of them through art for free.
Trevor might be stranded here on the A main side of things. Seems to be accepting of the fact. Going to be spotted out instantly as Rose now is speculating with his Hunter's Fury and sees not a whole lot of anything. A lot of NRG have called a cancel on this playthrough art.
Massive commitment. Just off the drone, tries to get a kill, but ultimately cannot even find a tag.
They're going to pump fake back to A main now.
And as they do that, BBL are just being drawn away from the site, hoping for a bit of a B gamble setup. NRG's just slow tempo throughout this round is going to allow them a very free plant on A, and almost certainly a round win.
Yeah, look how deep here NRG are able to get.
30 seconds left.
Into dugout goes Mata. All your cringe post-plant util being set up.
Mollies, you got the missiles, the stars. Brock has shock darts and Odin spam. Okay, but Krevin has a sheriff and a kill, so that's one way to start it.
Mata pretty far forward there. Still, we have, yes, this whole circus of utility to make use of now. It's time for LaRock to attempt to ride the lightning. Special delivery would have been an issue, though. And that post-plant util now just being used. No one really tapping it for the time being. But again, BBL know there's no real chance for them to get this defuse. They want to fight. They want to get something out of this round, extract some value. But here comes Brock, straight through the corner of the wall. Scuba and Kiko clean up the mess.
Cũng to quá đồ nữa. Chịu nổi.
But only a second, Mitch. They get that first opening kill. But NRG just have way too much util, way better guns. The Odin spam from main, they're just going to get shredded. And on top of all that, a round where they use the Neon ult and the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Huge investment. Scuba's died once, 12 assists, 13 kills. He's in their head.
Just have simply not found their footing on the global stage right now. Lovers Rock is back to the AWP. And finally, he's able to put something on the board with it. That's Mata down.
Lloyd of those in trouble, and that's the Astra down already. The stall potential for BBL's drastically now reduced. But NRG want to play it slow anyway. Scuba left as the insert inside this Nebula. Will he try and sell something here? He gets ahead of it, spotted out. That is ridiculous. There might be an option here for NRG to pivot back, or at least sell this further to BBL. They're buying every inch of it.
Oh my God.
Scuba, the guy is absolutely unstoppable, and he may well have done enough. 3 players up for NRG, all over to the A side of the map. This Cypher util is present. Still are looking for deeply entrenched post-plant positions as the attackers.
The flick for the first kill is just disgusting, but BBL, they're here in time. Lovers Rock with a great shot to even the odds.
Conventional drift here for Lovers Rock. Krevin wants to play through his cyber cages now. He knows there's been a cross. He can hear it, and he had the drop on them. Now the 1 versus 1. No plant yet. Ethan quickly trying to get over towards the B side. And Lovers Rock hedging his bets with a gate crash in that same direction. 25 seconds left in the round.
And he takes the gate crash right in time. Going to be posted on the angle.
Ôi ôi.
Oh my God! He goes down to the missile.
Okay. BBL, of course, still come away with the round.
Oh my God!
But that's how dangerous Lovers Rock can be. He comes into the round with 7 kills, exits with 11 in total. If you can't force him off these offlines, he will shred you.
They needed that from him bad. And Lovers Rock is quite possibly the best AWP outlaw scoped weapons player right now. He's definitely the one who feels like he's breaking those weapons at the moment. It just hasn't been able to in this game until that point. Maybe this could be the rally cry for BBL.
No op though, he loses the op because of that guided salvo at the end of that round, Wyatt. So he's back down to a Vandal. Here's Marta coming in. LaRock somehow falls to it.
Yeah, he's slowed, he's mollied.
I don't know if he can get out of this one. Lovers Rock is down. And now, of course, this Armageddon makes it tricky to get into a hole.
Góc để vào chăm luôn mà.
Finds some purchase and Krevin steps in. Now you've really got to make use of this position. Get an upgrade to the Guardian. A lot of info there for Rose, but he still needs to swing into 2.
Mẹ, ép góc để vào chanh luôn mà. Ác thật.
9 rounds in his first half.
Outside of a couple individual glimmers of hope from BBL, utter domination from NRG, in full control of the map. That entire half, you had that star round from Lovers Rock with a 4K. Loida had that other great round. But outside of that, NRG are just playing on a different level as a team.
The America's support for NRG is cacophonous, and a 6-round lead serves them well heading in the next half. We'll be back, of course, with more Pearl after this.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Seeing this second half, take it to the stage and not.
We can sack into this half and capture the tempo of the game that NRG were in full control of when they were playing attack. Always taking A main, pushing through the links, Art. They were everywhere on the map.
They'll
BBL
fight you in
couldn't find
every
answers.
shot.
Yeah. But what we've seen from BBL on their attack sides, they like to play a lot of 3-1-1s. They like to push aggressively to take space in lanes solo. Always leave options for Rose to call fast pivots back across the map.
Look at this heavy B-Link presence right now.
Oh, this timing.
Krevin's on the wiser. He might overswing into this if he's not careful. Tap down, saturated, still gets ahead for his trouble.
Yeah, that's not bad. 1-for-1 in the hinder, and that's going to allow the rest of BBL to just know they can take this A site for free, but Kiko.
And there's plenty of stall here. That Astra util comes in, as well as a guided salvo. Kiko's having time bought for him for the rest of NRG to arrive.
BBL want to keep fighting for more. I mean, that recon kind of indicated it, but no, they back to the site.
A timing here for NRG, perhaps out of flower. Yes, Loiter's going to be caught. Ethan across to the side now. What? Nasty work with the frenzy. That wasn't even close.
Despite BBL getting that site so easily, the lack of trade onto Kiko, who was just back secret, gets that 2-tap. It was a little awkward with LaRock caught in the open, didn't have the gun out, and it's just not followed up on. And from there, it's in that transitional period where BBL are trying to get their post plant set up, activated, Mata just storms in, gets that free kill backside, and they crumble from there. I feel like this map is just good as done. Now, okay, Outlaw in the hands of Lover's Rock.
Look at the armor. Look at the armor.
A BBL classic. They love to throw the Outlaw to Lover's Rock after a pistol round loss.
And actually aren't doing the half armor second round anymore, that they know better. Full armor bought up by NRG. No one-shots for Lover's Rock.
They know their opponents. Bonkar has watched the VODs. Mata just forced back a little bit by the util, or on the other hand, just doesn't really want to commit too much. There's no reason to. Also, expecting he might get shot by an Outlaw. Even though he has a full armor, you don't want to take 140.
You don't want to take a headshot either.
That one goes just a little bit wide. Tough reaction shot to hit, and that does confirm NRG's suspicions.
Yeah, they've heard the Outlaw sing out. They know full well. This town ain't big enough for the two of these teams, and BBL knows it.
BBL do not have a lot to get into this site. They're going to be able to smoke off a couple of the chokes. That's really it.
There's not much more stall util left, though. Scuba's out of touch away from that relay bolt. And Scuba's sat in the corner waiting for him. That is a cheaply lost player here for BBL. And now Scuba can reposition. Here's his all to the side, but KG knows it's coming from him, so he falls back around the corner. One after another, he accosts them. And now Brock's going to be able to step up, of course, with the Aries to hand. And Lover's Rock spotted out in the corner. Gate crashed away. Spike plant interrupted. And this Outlaw is looking sad, full on, and alone.
BBL are just not able to scale together. Backside to fight Scuba there. World, that's just cute and
an Outlaw from the prior round. And they'll slow down and deny any chance of an A main fight from BBL, who are still looking for their 4th round on this map.
Previn with just that Sheriff on account of throwing the Outlaw to Lover's Rock on that prior round. BBL looking to gather up for a pretty straightforward B execute here. Just leaving Previn that loose end in mid.
Gonna fall back here.
An opportunity presented itself there for Mata. Shot missed and refracted away. The patience of Kiko again being rewarded. This get ugly for Mata. It's about to be overwhelmed. Gets a shot in the rock though. Drops in one.
What a hinder that is. 3 players or maybe 2 in a clone. I don't know, man. They can't get in regardless.
And look at Scoob's waiting inside the site. He's ready to throw down, and there is nothing BBL could do to stop them. Rose with 2.
Khó chịu chưa?
Contribution, but it's not remotely enough. And that is a bonus round conversion for NRG, who find themselves all of a sudden on map point.
Just torn apart on that execute. The saturate from Mata was
Gì con này kêu đúng không? Này kêu đúng không? Ăn rồi mới bị chửi mà nãy bây giờ mới bị chửi đúng không?
And with that slow, the rest of energy rotating in, they're just torn to pieces. Again, Scuba is at a very
bị chửi xong im ru luôn mà.
18-3 and 13.
It's the 13 that does it for me. It's this.
If you could have a triple double in Valorant, it feels like that's it.
His 31 kill involvement. It's been 16 rounds. Mata here slightly varied position as compared to the previous.
Có đồ ăn của người mà cái gì nó cũng muốn ăn, em hiểu không? Nó không có chừa cái gì hết á. Cái gì nó cũng muốn ăn cả. Trừ cái nào mà dạng như kiểu nồng quá, chua quá này kia nó không ăn thôi, mà ngọt là ăn hết. Chiên ngọt là mặn là ăn hết. Béo cũng ăn nữa.
Alarm bot buys a little bit of time, but Ethan's unfortunate moment with util in hand means he's got to give that space up and now give BBL a crack at the side. Scooby here, not concerned about making noise apparently. Just gets cut down by the stinger.
No, he's just caught between 2 players. He has to get proactive in some kind of way. BBL with a rare advantage situation to try and capture a round.
BBL know they're on a clock now. That trap wire was destroyed. They're aware of the flank. Loiter lit up very, very low. Rock should be able to finish him off here with this shocky. And so he does. That's the Astra out of the picture. And here comes Kiko. The Rock not ready for him. Krevin gives as good as he gets inside Art. But BBL are bleeding players. He's waiting for a push. He's at Hunter's Fury now in response to the tap. Ethan knows he needs to get started with this sooner rather than later. Third bolt comes out, but Krevin deals with him, and Kiko won't have the time for a defuse. Finally, some signs of life from BBL.
Not over just yet. That Hunter's Scuba, no chance from there. This one
going to pay the piper in this round. Just some sheriffs and Brooks, Bucky brought to bear. Still pushed up pretty heavily in towards that A main area, but didn't get themselves a fight. It's Mada, unarmored and only with the sheriff here to hold B solo.
Out in the open, just going to refract back to Link. Full 5-on-5 retake. BBL absolutely should be winning this out. Positioned all across the site. Ethan has one missile.
LaRock could use a pick me up right now.
Thôi ngủ mà nói vậy như kiểu là nó nghỉ mệt đó, hiểu không?
LaRock tucks in the corner now. Actually, gate crashes on out. Brock wants a bit of info.
Làm gì mà?
So he's the recon. Kiko's on the Kremen and already Brock onto the site, but a little too far
Yeah.
away to get full value out of the Bucky.
Nghe nó ngủ chiêu chiêu á.
A little bit of swing, Scuba responding, damage through the corner, and there's the dash from Marta, but he is stopped in his tracks. It's all on Scuba now, and that Sheriff sings out. He's got two opponents to get past. Cheeky little tap on Loita. But BBL get there, second in a row.
We just have not seen hell happen yet.
So the individuals.
Formation of a comeback attempt will continue. Standard recall star goes down, drone to send Mata back, and this dimensional drift is going to get ripped by Lover's Rock.
Okay, heavy old investment though. BBL have no choice but to absolutely go for it. Lover's Rock here maybe trying to play up some disaster util, and yes, stunned up. Mata was an easy target. And Scuba didn't know what hit him.
What a lovely combo. Lover's Rock thought he might have been in some danger there. Kiko actually going to place this lockdown in the 3-on-4. That's going to rout BBL. They have to get far away from the site. You have Kreven late coming down the link.
Lover's Rock here, of course, will be able to pull out. That is the lockdown done and dusted. Brock already wants a position up inside that fast lane. It's at least out Ethan to get a trade. Kiko on the tap. Of course, he knows he's got to contend with disaster util. Watch out for Link. Kiko's ready for it. Extra sensory perception from the brick, but now we'll have to throw in a 1v2. Loita catches the check. Gets BBL one step.
All position. Nice little. Oh, it's sent Kiko.
It was if you can last.
Oh, let's face it. Let's go.
Half armor for NRG Wyatt.
Yeah, up against the Lover's Rock Outlaw. That is some danger.
Can they shut down those outlaw angles? Prevent themselves from having to challenge them so disadvantaged as they are. Real strong A-main presence, and they're lingering here, Wyatt, as well. Look at the investment for NRG.
In the meantime, BBL have two players working through Art, but Mata just shuts down Rose on that try swing.
Oh, I don't know how you're going to get out of this, LaRock. One more tap, and it'll be Dog's dinner. And Scuba deals with him. Mata, okay. Struts up onto the site and has already dealt with Kreven. That's a Cypher out of the mix, and Lover's Rock can't find connection with that Outlaw. It's done, folks. Lovita's too far away from the action. Spike dropped loose, and NRG free to roam the map to hunt him down.
BBL just hit maps of NRG. They have not eased up, man.
I'm sorry, but BBL were 23-1 on this map coming into this match. A lot of confidence that this team could continue to deliver as they did domestically, but I wouldn't say this is putting your best foot forward out of the gates, Wyatt. It has been tough. Lovita spotted now with only 25 seconds left to try and make a plant. It is all done but the crying for our first map in this series. NRG, galvanized, forged by their run through Swiss, maintain that confidence with a sickening blow to your #1 seed from EMEA to start the series. Pearl is not a close map.
That is utter domination, and I think some masterclass calling from Ethan.
He was one of the pieces, and I think that he proved all through and through during kickoff that that was the right decision.
I completely agree. I think you need people like him to be absolutely firing for AG, honestly, to have a chance. We've seen the other CN teams just go bombed out of the tournament. We're kind of used to CN occasionally turning up and having bad results.
Sure.
But it does bear emphasizing again that these are astonishingly poor results.
Generally, there's one team that performs. You look at like a Wolves in Toronto. EDG was normally that team in the past.
They always get a map. They always get a match even. Like, they don't tend to completely fumble out of the tournament. So this is tough for AG. They're in the upper bracket here against a G2 that looks scary, and they are massive, massive underdogs. They need their X-Factor players to come online.
It is lofty expectations, though, for a team that is 5 rookies, completely new to this level of play, to show up and really have the weight of the region on them. We're lauding Shrimp, though, and he was very good in the final. Do you feel that there's any similarities with G2, where when their duelist players struggle, they're getting bailed out by the rest of the team having those individual moments?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily the same, because I do think that G2 has rounds where the duelists haven't even done anything important, and Valiant just decides to push mid and get 5 kills. You know, like, there is that initiative coming in from them from the beginning of the round. I think that for the case of all gamers is the other way around, where it's like it's the last resort and they have a game plan to go around.
G2, though, it is this swap up what you'd expect from this team all of last year. It was about chasing the trophy, making up for what happened in Bangkok, missing their opportunity. Now, much lower expectations, it feels like.
Well, to be honest, I mean, if you're looking at it from G2's perspective, they need to be coming in here and getting like 13-7, 13-7, 2-0 in order for you to still feel like they're on a path to blast through that bracket. They've got actually a decent side of the bracket, I think, but they are such heavy favorites in this. When you look at what the other CN teams have been up to, that, again, it's like perfection on a game. You're becoming a little bit.
This is the game I need to see Baby Bay step up and perform. It seems like the opportunity for him to play against the team they're favored against, who have looked rougher even in their region, to show that he's a player of this caliber.
And I think that especially with them being able to make it out of groups after having that defeat, they have the perfect opportunity, because if we were asked for the teams to choose one seed one they wanted to go up against instead of the other way around, most of the teams would have gone for all gamers. And
I think all would have.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think we can blame them either. It took us also a fair bit of time to show that respect for the Chinese teams until ADG changed things around. And I think that this is still, they are still in that situation. So I think that for G2, not only they need to win, they need to do it incredibly dominant to also get some kind of momentum getting into playoffs.
I will say, though, if we're going to throw a little bit of cope out there for AG, who are the top seed in this, I like the interview that Jen did with Fangia, where he was talking about the fact that he had watched the other Chinese teams and seen what the problems were. And he identified the problems as they're scared. They're not fighting. They're not playing like they do domestically, giving too much respect to their opponents. And I think if you can genuinely come into this match thinking, we have nothing to lose, nobody expects anything of us, all of the other CN teams have fallen to pieces, like, we just have to go out there and prove to ourselves that we can hang. I think that is the right attitude to have in games like this. This is what led Wolves, for example, on their run.
Absolutely. And to throw them a bone, if you're going to look at an advantage for a Chinese top seed who is so successful regionally, no region plays on as big a stage as China. No other region has as many fans there. It is the closest you can get.
Their product is insane. There is nothing bad to say about them. Like, I watch them in the morning and
but their domestic matches feel like matches in a lot of ways. So these are players that are familiar with that level. It is always a step up.
Yeah, it's not the pressure of the crowd that's going to do it to these CN teams. AG, it's the pressure of their opponents on the other side, the quality of the players, the size of the moment, too, of being that #1 seed at the top of playoffs.
Looking at our predictions, it reiterates the weight of this game. Pretty much everyone going for G2. All gamers, last hope of China, Bea, trying to show that this region still has something left to give.
Yeah, exactly. We saw in the predictions that only Jen had voted for them, and, you know, I say that we should protect Jen for that.
A big opportunity, though, for all gamers. Such strong individuals in their region. They upset the teams that were always on top in China, and they face a G2 who stumbled out of groups. Can they get their upset, get a series for China, or will G2 start their playoff run hot? We start now. All Gamers, 5 rookie players entering the global stage for their first time. A team that had never had success in their region, but this year made changes, brought out the best. And today, they face a Goliath, a G2, one of the most familiar teams on these global stages, trying to recover themselves from a shaky Swiss stage and continue in the tournament.
It's not that AG looked poor domestically. They didn't. They are the #1 seeds coming out of CN. It's that inter-regional parity doesn't seem to be necessarily here so far. But they have a chance to undo that if they can perform up to the levels that they'll hold themselves to across this series.
A look back at our HyperX map select now, Bea. We're going to split for the first one. What win conditions are you looking at for All Gamers?
I mean, for All Gamers, it has to be the double duelist. We were speaking about the import, and I think that he is going to be one of the difference. If he says that he's feeling nothing, I want that same kind of coldness going into the server, because playing on the Waylay against a team that is going to be incredibly prepped against that is going to be a different kind of task. But we also need to speak about the regional strength and the dominance that he was able to show in China may not be the same here.
Yeah, I think it's really important to realize that both of these teams actually play quite similarly on this map. It's not that the comps are the same, but they both play double dive duelists. They don't necessarily have, you know, the Yoru who's always going to be picking up the operator. That task falls usually to the Waylay player. It creates huge amount of opportunity to jump onto people on your attack sides. So raise Waylay for AG. They've got to try to apply as much pressure as they can to the people anchoring on the side of G2. It is at the top of AG's map pool. It is the best map for them. They are 3-0 at it. They are the kings of this within CN. So it's a time, it's a great opportunity for them to open on good footing and immediately dispel any doubts that might be lingering in the back of their heads.
For G2, the expectation is the opposite. They're not just expected to win today, they're heavily favored. They want to prove that they can still look like a championship winning roster. And the best way to do that, beat AG where they're best, show that Jaw and Baby Bay are ready to show up to this stage and play as well as the other double duelists.
I mean, actually, I would like the opposite. I would like to still have that situation where Jaw and Baby Bay are not the ones making the difference.
Okay.
But especially with us speaking about the strength of the Chinese team, having that double duelist and just being very well measured in that, I want to see the reactions from the other players, from the supported players. I want to see Leaf, I want to see Valiant, I want to see Trent, proving to us why it's good that the pieces that they have do not end on just having a strong double dive.
More of a focus on those anchor players.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, when you see how G2 played against XLG, that was the game where G2 were able to fire on all cylinders, really get activated, and have those players that had previously been slumping a little bit, like for example Baby Bay, who was rougher in the PaperX game. It was a great opportunity for them to get the confidence back and roaring again. I think this could be more of the same. You're looking at the matches that they've been playing, and there is a clear rhythm to what's been going on here in terms of the CN teams being a bit of a punching bag so far. I want to see AG come out with some fire. That's all I'm hoping for from this match, is that they go out with a bang and not a whimper if they go out at all.
Can they channel that energy, play as well as they did in the region? A moment away from our agent select. I don't think we would expect too many changes from AG. Is that correct, that you just want to see them doubling down on their game plan, trying to find what they have found back in China?
I'm not sure about that, actually, because I think there is room for AG, who've had so much time off, to have made compositional adjustments. If they stick with the same style, that's fine, but I think if you're looking at the meta right now, if you're going to play double dive on this map, I do prefer the Neon and the Waylay that G2 tends to run, rather than the Rays.
Yeah, I was going to say that if they have that strength in one of the maps, that's probably the one that they do not want to touch, the one that they just feel like they can build up and just make it their home ground, make it somewhere. Because when you go into an international event, you at least need a couple of maps that look like that. For the side of G2 Esports, no surprises either, no?
Yeah, pretty normal for them. Looking back at that double dive composition again, we were highlighting the anchors on G2. You have to look over at All Gamers as well.
Yes.
Domestically, those are the players that were getting put behind Kira and Fangir as they led the way in that final. But they'll have to hold up and shut Jaw and Baby Bay down on this first half.
And I think eyes should be on Kira, because Kira is playing a bit of an unconventional pick in terms of the Rays here, though historically it's always been amazing on split, and he dropped over 30 kills last time he played this map.
It's the best map for All Gamers, the last team from China. Can they show up and dominate the way they did in their region, or will G2 shut them down? the final match of our opening games in playoffs. Our final team making their debut. We head into split with your casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Here we go, our final first seeded team, all gamers, making their debut on a global stage. The first time that they have been surrounded by fans on foreign soil.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to prove here for them, of course, with the other two Chinese teams already being eliminated. A lot of pressure, a lot of hope is going to be placed onto their shoulders. Vangeir said it in the interview, they weren't feeling it too much. On the other side of the coin, it's G2, who has had a pretty good road to get here. A little rocky, obviously, going up against Paper Rex, but had a pretty clean win against T1 and really looking to show that they're in championship form here again at a global stage.
Tusk was talking about it. This map here set up over at B Heaven. Try to continue to drum up that interest on that side of the map. Meanwhile, the Trailblazer goes out into mid. Nothing going to be spotted. And now they get the news here. AU1 just tucking back its screens. Needing to stay put and stay quiet until his teammates do arrive. But it looks like Jogamo going to try to push this issue and push this position. Leave at the same time. Lingering here at the box. Not win on that fight. And you're going to be able to get the better of him, but does take a good amount of damage. Now the push forward coming in, and AU1's going to be flushed out of screens. Player advantage maintained by G2 as they look for the pistol.
Alrighty, Vangeir's so weak here too. Could quickly become a 4v2. Just gonna try to scale forward. Not much util to work with.
Not much at all. The swing in and Baby Bay clean with a shot. Finds another. There's the 3K, and there's the closer from Jogamo. G2. Concise in their strike. Scoop up the opening round here on Split.
And this is exactly what you wanted to see for G2. Baby Bay getting involved, getting some big kills, sharp with the Sheriff. 2 headshots there at the end to just nullify any hope that AG had in that retake. And a good kill for Jogamo there too. So the duelists getting involved, getting activated. Something again that we wanted to see here for this G2 team to be, you know, it's a complete team effort like we saw against XLG again.
For now, G2 not going to be looking to really up the pace here. Don't want to get caught off guard. We've seen plenty of teams win out their ecos after dropping the pistol at this tournament already. G2 does not really want to join those ranks. Forward, checks around the bend, nobody home here. It's very disconnected positions towards this A side of the map, so G2 pushing in. Basically no opposition. Once again, it's going to be AU1. Here's one by.
He's just trying to hide his presence as long as he can. Jogamo hoping that somebody would reveal themselves for the Bucky to do some damage. He's going to tuck in close at the door. Everybody else playing a little bit further back, looking for that lurk, looking for that flank, doing some due diligence.
Oh, okay, just going to be settled that fast lane. Sees what he gets out in reply. A couple of those classics firing off. Just opting to play this one patiently. AG similarly could just stay tucked in this position and go down to the spike. See if there's going to be any pursuit off the back of this one. G2 players would love to get some ult charge. And a relay bolt to clear this one would be a hell of a lot easier. Jogamo still going to be able to find one. Leaves scaling forward, finds himself a second. Now okay. Cleans up another kill, but will fall. So Spectre going to be lost, but the rest of the G2 players get out to safety. And that will just be AG going down to the spike. So 2-0 start for G2.
Yeah, okay, so not bad at all. Maybe committing a little bit too much there as Leaf, but that's okay. You don't mind dropping 2 in your anti-eco. Leaf gonna grab a stinger instead. Let's see what Jog wants to go for.
A Bucky again, why not?
Yeah, why not? If you find one with it, that's great. Still gonna have that rifle in Baby Bay's hands. Trying to spread the map a little bit here. A lot of defaulting. AG really likes to keep 2 players in mid. Usually the Waylay and the Viper. And kind of keep the Omen over at B. Pretty standard stuff in terms of how they like to set up their defensive protocols on Split. Reveal there. Not gonna catch anything. Just some spam, counter spam coming through from Vangeir, but Trent being slow, cautious, waiting out this Trailblazer. Jogamo gonna dodge it.
They're gonna scale forward off this.
Yeah.
Trying to maybe take some space, but not gonna be tapping the orb. Okay, we'll just be a shift around. Kira getting himself back in towards the site proper. G2 more than happy to just continue. Stay quiet. Now about to make some noise, right? As we do see Shrimp start to slink his way back across towards B. Shell sent out, just a tiny bit of damage found there on the Trent. Does have the regen shield in behind that one. It's the fast lane now going to be set up. Relay bolt going through, looking for the kill, but AU1 still able to stay alive. But Baby Bay pushes forward, finds that elimination. Fengir's going to be taken down at the same time. Suddenly player advantage. The site not quite opened up though. Still need to fight their way through. It's going to be Shrimp tucked away. He wraps through elbow towards backside. Pont going to be cleared. The swing of the corner. Baby Bay able to spot him out. Turning around, watching for that flank. He's dragged into the grab well, overwhelmed and taken out. As there's the finisher, Baby Bay, another multi-kill round for him. G2 get the bonus conversion.
Yeah, really clean stuff here from G2. This attacker's side is looking phenomenal. Just the C's connection, oh, that's unlucky. Jog deserved that one. Baby Bay there for the cleanup and the follow-up. Another triple kill. He goes up to 6-0 to start the map. You know, one interesting thing, I was talking to Josh RT before the match here today, and he said, you know, he really feels like they can do a lot of damage on this attacker side. That AG plays pretty standard stuff, and that falls right into their wheelhouse as a team with the way they're playing now. He's a little bit more worried about the attacker side for AG. Another dash in, a spot there for Baby Bay.
Spots out too. Gonna be a fast flood retake attempt here from AG to try to overwhelm, but Baby Bay continues to be sharp. Another kill found as Fengir falls. He's lobbed in, no grab to be had. But Baby Bay just catches another one through the smoke. He's just walking on water right now. Kira lingering. Will get caught off guard here from behind. Does Baby Bay here with a nice shot. Is able to find Jogamo, so suddenly the duelist is down. Spike not being planted. Shrimp out from heaven is able to find Valen. Suddenly, Thrifty might just be coming through. Clear the boom bot. Leaf has his work cut out for him. Snake Bite to try to zone back the player at alley. Swings in, is able to find Kira. Trent. Well, safe to go ahead and get that spike planted on the floor. AU1 in the try to somehow isolate and conquer, but with a stinger at that range, this is so unfavored. Leaf will find the finisher, and they get close to pulling off the Thrifty, but still not yet going to be on the board.
Hopefully this gives a little bit of confidence over to AG that they can hit their shots. You know, they just gotta find their groove, find their momentum. Again, first time on the stage for these players on the big stage globally. So, good stuff there. Shrimp, one of those guys you're looking at to do a lot of damage for all gamers. But they're gonna take a quick time out here. Want to talk about how they're going to approach this kind of G2 sort of just finding extremities, finding the ability to get onto sites pretty easily. You know, one thing I really liked about AG when I was watching some of their VODs was their ability to absorb pressure, like let those big flank hits come through and then kind of set up some formations around it and fight some really good timings to come in, get some kills, put some pressure, keep your opponent pinned down where they don't feel comfortable to get that plant. Haven't really seen that here. They tried to do it in this round and it almost worked, but it's again, you're going up against a really confident, strong G2 team.
Now here, just a couple seconds left. This Coinbase win condition. Shrimp, one of the players the desk was highlighting, wanted to see that level up from him, how consistent he had been back in VCT China, how clutch he had been to close out rounds. Hasn't really been given that opportunity yet. G2 just been smothering these players at every twist and turn thus far, barring the last round. Let's see though, off the back of that timeout call, if they can start getting those gears turning in the right direction, it's just gonna be another one racked up for G2. It's starting to come online as well, that convergent paths there, the pit available for Leaf, make for a very tricky post plant.
It's like some mid consideration, quick hit even.
There it is, a U1. But you see the glow in the head, you know where he's at. Jogamo just holds down M1 to find the kill. Viper now eliminated. That's it, G2 just more than happy to kind of pump the brakes on the back of that one, and what a timing to be found, Kira. Oh no, trying to go for the paint shells. The worst possible moment.
Oh boy.
That is a massive capitalization. And this is one of those rounds where we want to see the activation of Fengir, want to see that clutch from Shrimp. Trade this back. I mean, hell, we had how many 2v4s in the previous series on Split. Let's get a little bit of that action here for AG. As Jogamo sprinting in, will get cut down. GRQ able to find the one, but they get traded out. Spam coming through. Refract forced to be taken by Fengyr. Now down to 24, but the heals are going to be there. Now into the 2v4, but it looks like they're just going to be backing away, looking to go for the save.
Đẹp.
Yeah, and this is a nice set play for G2 off the rip, right? Really simple stuff. You get a little bit of space in the mid. You use that Prowler just to check ahead to make sure that it's clear enough that you can use the Neon to accelerate up into B Heaven, and then use the convergent paths. There's just not much that anyone is going to be able to do there. And, you know, the unfortunate position that Kira found himself in. He was trying to go for the grenade, and that's basically round
Là
over.
nhỏ xong giờ lại chọc nhỏ.
Clean stuff from G2. They're just kind of having their way with AG here so far, and tucked in one in sewers, one in A lobby.
Seems like they should be able to hold on to the weapons. Leaf still a ways away, not going to be able to close that gap in time,
Yeah.
so we'll retain those rifles. That's about the only silver lining that you're going to be able to pull out of that previous round. Just a great
Yeah.
little catch here. Push forward, pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Kira trying to go for a little delay set up there in mid, but it's the exact wrong timing. Ends up getting caught. You can see the frustration starting to spill out here.
For sure. This is the side of the map where usually you're doing some damage as AG as well, so this has got to be concerning in the back of your minds that you're not able to kind of hold the line like you would like. So they're going to change up a little bit of positioning here. Fengyr going to be the one to watch A ramp. He's already tucked in.
Cho nó uống nước chứ bèo.
Trent just drawing attention in towards mid. You
Nốc nước cho nó đi. Anh hình lúc mà ăn xong lúc ngủ cũng chưa có uống nước nữa.
have to use a boom bot to check early because of how aggressive G2 were.
Hồi nãy ăn xong cũng chưa cho nó uống nước đúng không?
Make sure that they're not pushing forward. Here we go.
Ý rồi nhưng mà phải ý làm cho uống nước thêm á.
Over, but Fengyr able to strike first. Jogamo going to be taken down. Solid opening kill found for AG. Might just be the best chance for them so far. Try to get this round converted into a win.
Look at what G2 is doing. They're trying to push B Heaven to sell a fake. Maybe they could cut through ropes if they can get in there. Got to get through Fengyr though.
A bit more noise going to be made. Mayfield will just slot himself alongside
Rồi
the
được
ball
rồi.
in the entry to heaven.
Vừa đủ rồi.
Oh, Valen's being so tricky. He put up 2 stars over on the other side.
But it looks like they're not quite falling for this. The rotation is coming in. AU1 starting to join in, reinforce this A site where previously it was the weaker of the two.
30 seconds left.
Fengyr on the reposition now.
Rồi được rồi, nhiều quá không? Uống được rồi.
Concussed, not going to connect. Fengyr's able to find another. Trent take it down at heaven. Valen now going to be caught. Shrimp starting to come online. Sees the gun barrel. They know exactly where Baby Bay's at. And he's not going to be able to fight his way out of this one. A flawless round for AG to at long last get themselves on the board.
Yeah, that's massive. You're going to get a little bit of extra economy in there as well off of that. You're going to have Fengyr's ult, couple away from Shrimp and AU1's ult, GRQ as well. This is what I'm talking about, where they want to give you that little bit of space, catch you a little bit off guard in your timings when you're trying to go for your execute. This is a perfect setup and a perfect execution. Fengyr in particular, very clean, some of that shooting. So, okay, we got one on the board finally. See if they can run a few more together here and give G2 a little bit of trouble.
Convergent paths online, the rest of the ults just a hair away. Baby Bay getting tagged up on that entry. Dives forward, but we'll find a relatively empty site. Said, trying to get the spike into play could prove to be a little bit difficult, but Leaf is going to look to try to turn that around. As the pick goes up, and Jogamo lurking here at ramp is able to find 2. Fengyr dead, runs out of bullets, can't find the kill there on the Shrimp, but does find damage. Seekers are available, might have to be invested just to try to suss out where this Viper's disappeared to, but Money's still not in the most stable position. Overall decent for AG, so certainly should try to play this one out. Can they find Leaf? Another smoke going to be blooming. Baby Bay cutting across towards back map. Spot on the one. Valen able to find Shrimp. Finds himself a second as GRQ gets taken down. Now it's just AU1 backpedaling out towards safety, trying to stay alive. But they will chase. They will look for blood. Trent going to be the one trying to take him down, and he shall. Nightfall online off that kill. G2 now up 6-1.
Yeah, and it's just a little counter move that G2 makes here in putting Jogamo behind the box at the top of ramps that really hurts AG. It's a good read by G2 in terms of understanding that AG is going to be making a quick rotation. Let's have a player in place that a spot that might catch them off guard, and it absolutely does. If Jog doesn't run out of bullets, he might get 3. Took a little while to get that spray to go through that box. He's going to have his ult. Trent has the Nightfall. A lot of ults. Kira almost to that showstopper, but man, he's had a real struggle here. 1 and 5 on the scoreboard right now for the Rays. And Jog is just off to, whoa, he's dead. Never mind.
Yeah, just quickly pushing forward into that smoke, and Shrimp is there to greet him. Hello, Baby Bay, however, able to get on top of Fangir as the Refract drags him back. Let's find the Punisher 1-for-1. The duels exchange on either side.
It's all fake.
In the meantime, yep, they are just walking their way forward onto the B side. Leap with that spike in hand. Meanwhile, GRQ has managed to hear this, relays this over to the team. Ball going to be sent up towards Heaven and Stairs. Going to be getting a catch. Kira 1 away. If you can find a kill, would give him the showstopper, which could be absolutely monstrous, and trying to turn the tides up this round. He shells out towards Garage, not going to find the contact on anybody. Checks over towards Drop. Scale forward now, coming through. They drop down, grab well, dragging in towards 2, but AU1 able to find a kill. Leaf going to be struck down by the Judgment Balance. Still here at backside, poking and prodding, finding a kill. Looking for the follow-up, gets the second. Trip now dead. The shorty drawn out. This is Kira there for a brief little moment, but it's going to be Baby Bay now. On high, just dancing around this pillar. Keeping him busy, keeping him off the fuse. Another 3K for Baby Bay. As G2 still not allowing for AG to find that second round win.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal stuff from Baby Bay. Able to find that kill off of his own Saturate right at the window of A Heaven, and Valen doing some great stuff there at backside, using that smoke to his advantage. Even though he can't find the follow-up with the shorty just on a timing, the rest of the team there finish the job, and Baby Bay really patient on that counter lurk.
Starting to get to that point where if you're AG, you've got to be considering potentially that second time out to call it come through. Always a tough pill to swallow. Let's see if they can make something of this one here. Judge and a Singer in the buy, but that showstopper now online. The Convergent Path still in the hands of Fangir. Has not committed that quite just yet.
Yeah,
at the same time, you have that Outlaw in the hands of Leaf, and he could be damn deadly with it.
Right, and he might be squaring off against that ult, that big ult that Kira has. Kira's tucked in with a Judge, though, so might not be giving up much there. Trying to play in a position where he should get value out of it at the very least. Fangir dodges a saturate, gets Baby Bay.
Critical kill to be found. Baby Bay's been monstrous so far for G2. Big elimination, a bit of revenge, and now a spot on the Leaf as well. He'll just dash across. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Good to see that restraint being shown. This will just force away. U1 reroutes him over towards Alley. 3 players situated here. So relay bolt not going to be connecting onto Jogamo. GRQ able to find Valen. Trent though out onto the Raptors somehow. Unable to find that kill. Leave is going to be good for 1, but he's tagged down to 24. Last one standing and won't be able to find a damn thing. AG, a relatively clean win, commit in with that Convergent Pass to get themselves the second round win.
Yeah, and that early first kill for Fangir, such a big deal for slowing down this G2 team. Convergent Paths landing nicely. You know, Trent just trying to see if he can get lucky with the one taps while he's saturated up there, but not going to happen. GRQ, nice work holding that site. Nice job anchoring. It's going to give AG some hope. See if they can get this to 7-5. Be a nice bounce back for them going over to their attacker's side.
Oh, what a turnaround it would be. Launch over the top, talking about the jump peak. Spotting him out, will just back away. Paint Shell's just going to be locked in. One there to receive it, and immediately, it's a bit of a disconnect here from G2. Trying to scale their way forward through the vents. Come around off this flank, but now Leaf going to be eliminated, and there goes Jogamo. Showstopper finds its target. Fangir now looking for the transfer, and takes down both at vents. Denies them access, and Valen, a world away, might just be able to have a freebie here. We'll be able to clean up the enemy omen, but it'd have to be an ace clutch, and he's still quite far from recovering the spike.
It's a bit of a journey. Love to maybe just hold on to this gun, to be honest. The money's actually getting a little bit weird for G2, so I think at this point you're just going to try to wait this clock out, see how aggressive AG wants to get off of this, but it's just a great hold at A ramp. See how important it is for them to control the extremities now. Kind of finding out that maybe those counter floods that they want to go for, or the denial of executes isn't really going their way, so a change up of ideology is going to be nice. And nice setup, little flash and go.
10 seconds left.
Just gonna have to wait this out, see if there's anything else that happens. But overall, I really like G2's game plan for the most part too. They're doing a good job with a lot of kind of misdirection, some neat map stuff. But this round, able to get some value out of that ult, and you absolutely need to as AG with that raise in play. That showstopper has to be a difference maker. See if Kira can keep it up. He's usually really good on the attacker side on this map. That's where I've been really impressed with him on his entries. This is just solid.
Now, without that previous damage, Jogamo almost certainly would have been able to survive. But who knows what happens with that Bucky in hand off the back of that one, but we will have the timeout call from G2. Not going to be looking to save both. They want as dominant of a half as they could possibly get. So their sights on that 9-3.
Yeah, for sure. And I think here you're maybe in this Coinbase win condition timeout talking about, you know, how you want to approach some of those extremity controls, how you want to approach the B main or A main fight. I think that's probably the biggest deal right now, or if you want to try to throw some more trickery in there, some more fakes, you think that that's been what's working the most, so maybe go back into that well. But overall, you know, pretty good start for G2, but you know, Josh was telling me, you know, they don't underrate this AG team. A lot of people have been saying it. This AG team is tough, man. They're good in scrims, and that, you know, doesn't always translate to the big stages, but, you know, you just had Alex from Paper Rex talking about it the other day. They lose on the regular to AG in scrims, so you definitely don't want to underestimate your opponent. Like the timing here on this timeout.
Thuê có thì em nên chọn những bạn nào mà có răng immortal trở lên ấy. Nói kinh nghiệm của người ta nhiều, ta sẽ hướng dẫn cái cách chơi game nhiều hơn. Nếu em newbie thì em nên, hoặc là em bị hard stuck ở một bước răng nào đó thì em nên. Để chỉ ra những cái lỗi mà em hay gặp. Tại mà thường đó là bị hard stuck là do, có thể là do đụng đội nữa, nhưng mà nhiều khi cũng có do lỗi bản thân nữa.
Bloom across the entirety of that garage exit. Well, linger over towards mid from Baby Bay. There's the reveal onto Kira. Just quickly make his exit. Flies packing back across towards safety.
Fishing for responses. These are fast rotates from AG, man.
Look at a match. G2, but they're going to pump the brakes once again. Expected to draw this attention, and Leaf will be able to confirm it, but with his life. A 1-for-1 both Vipers down. But now you've got them in this 2-2 split. The pack mentality of G2 could try to come out on top, but Val in around the corner goes in the Astra form. They see the glow, and they get the kill. Kira. It'll look like that one enough player advantage in the hands of AG. 3v4 for the post. Jogamo swinging the corner, but Penki's just reading it like a book. Instant with that headshot, the dash across, trying to scout for information. Back across the safety now, Trailblazer to lead the way forward. One of the top of the stairs, Trent gonna be tucked here. Has to clear that out, swings into his demise. Wow. Svengear finds himself another. Baby Bay's presence confirmed in heaven by the guiding light. He will fall. Shrimp able to collect it, and that timeout call from G2 might have just bit them in the rear as AG get up to 4.
They're just really sharp right now. They're reading the map really, really nicely. That two-man push out of B main, a difference maker. They're playing together here. They're always going in at least pairs if they can help it. Then you got Fang here, really hitting some good shots, winning some big battles out on the extremity there. Okay, starting to feel like if this gets to 5, man, I think I'm starting to believe in AG.
Catching up the Baby Bay, who's having such a solid start to this one, but has been struggling to try to find any real impact in these last couple rounds. Now we go into that last round of the half. Conversion path's going to be available for him. So jump across A main for Jogamo so far. Cosmic Divide going to be called in. Shrimp opening up with that Odin, but we'll just push in front of this wall. Backs away, swaps the weaponry. Now a Vandal in hand as the Trailblazer goes forward to scout.
Xuống với mẹ đi.
No one's really
Cọc
got
lại đi.
themselves forward onto the site quite
Thì
just
cọc
yet.
lại đi, cọc lại giúp anh đi.
Valen able to find the one, but Kira there for the trade. GRQ now trying to get a piece of the pie as it's just a bloodbath
Ý là cột lại giúp anh đi.
Single player advantage, but he won Fengear. Still alive, the double dash across over into elbow, has to refract back to heaven, and Jogamo has the backstab. Gets a 3K and gets G2, an 8-4 half.
Yeah, it's a really nice read here by G2, expecting the counter flood. Deal with it. They have the angle density, really nice stuff right on the edge of that cosmic divide.
Nói chung bị nó khó chịu rồi đó.
Start here for G2. Decent little recovery from AG. Let's see if they can find the pistol, try to jumpstart the engine in the second half.
Nó khó chịu.
Cái mic gì vậy? Hả?
Gì?
Cái mic.
People love you, man. Yeah. Mauricio, ven, tráelo. Ok, Mauricio es un gran fan de Energy y le enseñó algunos cantos, algunos chants a Amada. Y Mada lo va a hacer ahora para ustedes. So, Mada, bring on the chants, please. People are waiting for them.
Hola, Chile. Are you ready? Are you ready? Se siente, Chile sabe siente, se siente, Chile sabe siente, se siente, Chile sabe siente, se siente.
Do you have anything to say to the whole crowd? The people love you, man.
We appreciate all the support. You guys are the best crowd ever. Best crowd in the whole world.
Por último, el aplauso gigante para Mada. Gracias, Santiago.
We go back into this opening map between AG and G2. G2, a very hot streak. Open the door a little bit, allowed for those 4 rounds to come through for AG. See if they come to regret that. We can have another hot start. Try to just shut AG completely out of their map pick.
Yeah, this pistol, really, really important here. AG, oh man, that last round, if they could have got it to go, but G2 just so ready for it. Look at this map, expecting mid pressure. This is something AG loves to do here. Odd split is try to create space in the mid and use that as a pivot point to go A or B. But it's well read by G2 in terms of their tendency, but right now AG showing something they don't usually. They want to go over towards B main, but they get stopped by the grab well in the snake bite.
Just dragging them together. The shots flying out, and Leaf is able to find the first, and Jogamo just pushing down into mid, catching AU1 over Ramen. Does he do a good amount of damage to Jogamo down to 11. Shoots for a freebie kill here, but Fengear, pressure on him. He's managed to find the dink. Trent, taken low, but there's the jump off the back of the saturate. GRQ going to be good for another, but now that's the spike in hand, dropped over towards Alley. Shrimp, the aforementioned clutch king for this team. Needs to move it again, but yeah, if he just decides to walks across to A, this could catch G2 a bit off guard. Maybe give him some time to try to isolate these kills. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
G2's probably going to figure it out in about 3, 2, 1. Jog's already on his way.
Starting to sprint his way across. The other two just going to be playing together. Don't want to split up unnecessarily here. So the plan now to come in, Jogamo. An opportunity for that first contact, but again, with 11 HP, a stiff breeze would take him down.
Trent 2 really weak, 28.
This is very doable for Shrimp. No further util available on either side. Just come down to game sense as well as just the ability to isolate and conquer. But Jogamo, even with the health disadvantage, just finds the headshot. Shrimp eliminated, and that's another pistol going the way of G2.
Yeah, this is just a great protocol set up for G2. They don't get any pressure in mid. No real heavy pressure, so they just kind of keep pressing. And then they have the grab well and the snake bite set up, and it's perfect. And
can't escape it.
Yep, Kira's just doomed. Huge there. That Jog gets that kill too. Don't give Shrimp any chance. He has been monstrous in clutches over in China. Keeping him out of the equation, keeping him from getting hot. That's huge. Got a judge for Jog, a couple stingers, Bulldog for Trent, Baby Bay with the Outlaw. Gonna go for that scoped weapon.
Jog for now, he's ready for that waylay to maybe just come landing up onto the rafter. And there he goes. And there goes Fangir. It's just well read overall. Jump out of the smoke, and Kira will be able to collect the kill, but tries to stay up for the covering fire. Meanwhile, Whiffy on the first shot. Baby Bay could have taken that refract back over to safety. Meanwhile, AU1 getting the jump on the flank. Doesn't manage to collect another one, so some damage going to be dealt here. As well as the spike planted. Shrimp now with a judge in hand at elbow to try to protect this and pull off the thrifty win. Dash over, trying to just scale forward, close that distance. He cannot. The judge going to be recovered though in GRQ, putting it to use for one, but cannot dissuade Trent from finding the 4K. Refused to be passed over. You would expect to get that Nightfall fast tracked. G2 now up to 10-round wins.
Still really nice pressure that they're able to create. I kind of like this in terms of follow-up game plan. Even though you lose one to Jog there, he just antis you. Trent's gonna get 4. Be fast tracking that Nightfall, but you know, you're able to confuse. You're able to come up on the back of ramp when G2's not expecting it. Get a freebie there. So a couple nice little things. At least able to do some pretty decent damage. Jog's gonna be on a Bucky. I don't think Valen's gonna buy it. Well, he goes for the Stinger, of course.
But this has to be the round.
Yeah, yes.
Cannot afford to have another bonus conversion. G2 pull that off. Stick a fork here and split. We need to find this win. We need to find it cleanly. Still 2 players lingering outside of A. The other 3. Some pressure applied around Garage. Now look to try to scale their way into mid. They get the spot on the leaf. Big rotations though as Jogamo and Trent look to reinforce from that male side.
Well, they're going to try to see if they can get a reaction.
Mitchell lobbed in the one-way. Trailblazer are going to be cleared out.
Man, I'm worried for him. This has got to feel weird getting vents for free like that. There was that haunt though.
That suspicion is.
Giờ Valorant ưu tiên bàn phím hay bát vì anh? Bàn phím em ạ. Bát từ từ cũng được.
Leaf playing close right side of this A main exit into the site.
Oh, but you have B main control, so you can lean Trent a little bit over towards A. Jog won't be too far behind, coming from male.
Flash out over towards the corner. There's a spot out. Fangir turns back, is able to find that kill, swings in, looks for a little bit more, but eats a shot from Baby Bay, but it's going to be damage traded back. Jogamo, however, now for the backstab. Able to find the kill, wants to hold on to the Bucky, it would seem. Could go for the weapon swap, and will do so eventually. Meanwhile, Plant's going to be coming through. 4v4 at the moment. AG. Can they hold their ground?
Feels like it comes down to Fangir and his timings.
Pressure being applied on that ramp side, at least not at the moment. Jogamo able to just get pushed up all the way around towards the backside and catches timing on the Shrimp. Looks for a little bit more. Cannot find that kill, and now it's just Baby Bay. The Outlaw on hand. Can he find some more damage? Can he find a clutch? Right now, for the moment, looking unlikely. AG, this time around, denying the bonus conversion from G2. Push down, the shots coming in, looking for it, but yeah, Baby Bay will end up falling. Big round from GRQ with 3K for the Omen. AG, halfway to tying it up.
Yeah, he's had some really nice stuff here today. It's not one of the players that's going to get talked about a lot on this AG squad, but he's showing up big when they need it most. Fangir, of course, still having some impact, but crossfire they have set up on the backside ends up working out. I got a bit worried there when Shrimp just got caught staring into Narnia. But somehow, some way, they're able to get it to go through, and Fangir didn't really even need to get involved.
I believe he was looking for the haunt. So I was looking to try to clear that, but it's just, you know, good timings from G2. All the same, can't convert the round off of that one, so Still alive and well, RAG. The Spectre in hand here for Valen. Unable to quite get up to a full rifle.
So.
Well, double duelist push out from G2. Looking to try to maybe catch AU1.
Jog's got his ult too.
Oh, there's the spot and AU1. Snappy with a headshot. It's the punishing. Yep, Jog's got the ult, but he's going to have to use it maybe in the next round.
Scout destroyed.
They're being really slow, really methodical. RAG. Normally they're kind of just like, you give us space, we're going to take it. But I think they're just very afraid. They don't really understand yet how G2 wants to play, and they need to start kind of piecing it together round by round. And they're starting to now claim some of that territory. Going to try to set up a crunch over towards B.
TP to backside. Valen looking to try to clear it. No. Will just intercept as soon as he plants his feet. A lot of timing to be found, as well as the weapon now upgraded. Valen posts up on top of the box. Dropping down. Shrimp trying to scale forward. Up and over. He goes. Looks for that transfer. Cannot manage to find it. But Trent still here, still fighting. There's the backstab on the AU1. It's looking decent for a brief little moment there for AG. But G2, they suss it out. That catch from Valen is everything.
Yeah, this is one of those big brain plays from Valen. He's waiting out that TP, and he gets it right as GRQ commits to it. And then that buys so much time because they take forever to try to clear him out of there. They're really being slow about working in towards that site. I'm not seeing that typical kind of Kira dives in, the rest of the team's trying to back him up sort of style that they played. And Fangir talked about this in his pre-match interview, that he said we need to be ourselves, and I'm not seeing that on this attacker side. I'm seeing them being slow, careful, cautious, where normally they don't mind taking some contact. They're going to keep pushing space, see what you give them, and try to make plays off the back of that. You know, they do get some mid space here. They're able to create that crunch on a B like they want. It just takes too long to develop.
I have to suspect that that's one of the big things that the coach is going to be reminding them about. Have that confidence. Don't play with the fear that, as Fangir pointed out, was being put on display by the other Chinese teams here at this event. Maybe a bit too much hesitancy. Trying to ramp things up. The final timeout call on G2, one away from map point. We have to remember this is AG's map pick. This has been their strongest map. Getting ready to go over to Abyss. In the hands of G2, you never really know what you're going to get other than a hell of a lot of entertainment.
I'm looking forward to some more Harbor stuff because I love the tech that G2 had there on Abyss. We'll get to that later. Judge for Jog. Nightfall for Trent now. So you do have Shrimp's ultimates. You have some ability with the cabbages to get a little bit of info. Here we go. They're just going to push through towards mid, I think. But here goes Fangir. Some dive potential.
Fracked at the ready. Early lobbing on that saturate, just trying to get a catch, but nobody home. Joggo now going to maybe consider rotating down into the vent itself. Can hold that from below with that Judge in hand. Will be dead to rights if he goes pushing, but Trailblazer going to be able to get the spot out here on the 2, so Leaf's position now going to be known. Right of the rope, trying to get the catch here. Fangir does manage to outdo him, so Jogamo going to be taken down. The Seeker's now going to be lobbed in, but Leaf is able to find one. The trade coming in is AU1. Strikes him down, gets him back into a player advantage position. And Trent, similarly, caught off guard, just not ready for the push. Fangir outdoes him. Now it is just Valen and Baby Bay to see if they can make any kind of go of this. They're very disconnected from one another.
Yeah, and I mean, Valen still only has a Spectre. He's going to be able to grab an upgrade, though, along the way.
Get the one in mid, but
they even go for this. I don't think they will.
Going to have their work cut out for them. Without anybody swinging in, peeking into Baby Bay. Trying to pull this off. Does seem unlikely.
No.
Valen doesn't even want to make the noise with the swap of the weapon. We'll just hold on to that Spectre for now. Maybe we'll just tuck away, see if he can find anybody on the exit. Well, yes, he will. Cleans up one, but the time has been given over, so G2 just have to back away, save these 2 rifles. AG, the timeout call, working a treat this time around.
Yeah.
Get themselves up to 6 once again, a 5-round deficit.
Yeah, and even though G2 tries to throw kind of an extra body at the problem in towards that male control, AG's still able to take it. That's really, really nice. A little bit of late util coming through. You know, able to take some space, and then Jog tries to play off that Nightfall to see if he can catch him off guard, but his Fangir holding the line there, giving a lot of space over so that Judge couldn't really do any damage. Very, very nice discipline. And a little bit pacier, not super fast or anything, but a little bit pacier there where they're confident to keep taking space, keep scaling forward. That's what I want to see a little bit more of in the long run for AG. This looks like just a fake over towards B to buy a little bit of attention early, and then a quick pivot over in towards A. Of course, you got to watch for Jog again. They've already seen him peek out once down through A main. This time around, not going to be there, and they're just going to go for the big push. Usually it's going to be Kira who's just going to dive onto the site proper. He's only got a Guardian here. Let's see if they want to change up that idea because of that.
Angel's going to be locked in over towards Elbow. Now Blast packing up over the top, looking for the kill here on a Baby Baby. Has to drop away. It's overwhelmed, gets surrounded. Jogger at the same time, maintaining control over main. Going to be full flash, but gets the spot out. Swaps back to the Bucky, but it's going to be Fangir now. Previously dove forward, is able to find two. The duelist of G2 eliminated. And somehow he is untouched, but Shrimp is tagged down to 7. This would be a monstrous 2v3. Continue to try to run this one back and deny the map point away from G2.
Mà bật kinh gì?
Instantaneous with the kill. Convergent paths now at the ready, going to be considered. So both players going to be stunned on the corner, and Balance strikes in, finds it. Fangir looks for the ace clutch. 7 bullets remaining in the mag. Balance on the corner, tagged up. Fangir still somehow completely untouched, but Trent will play him in. Plant his feet, find the headshot, and G2 will find their way up to map point.
Just all the util slammed in. Great reactions from G2 as AG tries to make their big execute. Just gumming up the works. Some stuns landing onto Kira. And even though Fangir gets tucked into the corner, and my God, does he give it a good effort. Look at Trent here. Woo! He was the one trying to bait, and he gets the kill. And oh yeah, Fangir not happy.
He's doing so much.
Sen 23 sen.
Felt like he could have got that one over the line.
3-24 mình.
And now AG needs 6 rounds in a row. The pit now blooming, locking off mid. Jogamo rotating through the vent. Just looking to reinforce this position. Still do have Trent and Baby Bay to hold down this A site.
You would think this would be a tough round here. You're not going to be able to get that mid control easily. You're on a weaker buy as AG. There's that Cosmic Divide for retakes, and Baby Bay's got the first kill.
That's the top fragger now gone. A huge chunk of your energy power taken away from you. Here at the same time, love to see him just try to get the grab on this orb, but Jogamo's right there on the other side of that smoke. Just not safe enough for him, so cannot get that showstopper online quite just yet. Jump peek from Baby Bay, plays in Trent in heaven, calls out. Sees GRQ, the kill to come through. Saturate the C's, the grab well. AU1 gonna be just grabbed, locked in position as the pit now blooming. Baby Bay quickly chasing forward into this one. Couple players there on high. Trent to be taken down, but Baby Bay now finding Shrimp in exchange. And Jogamo takes a second from the realize, it would seem like, but here it gets down, and it's going to be 13-6 G2.
Quốc này dễ đoán quá.
On AG's map, pick a split.
Yeah, just in cruise control for most of this. A few rounds here and there that AG showed
Em đầu tiên là để tôi tổng kết cái ngày livestream của tôi rồi.
Need a big reset, need to shake off that first map loss, come in to this next.
Trung Quốc này dễ đoán quá mà. Gen 1 24 25. Ok, một tuần. 6 tay, 8 tay. Tuần 5 15 tuần 5 là 15 với 14. Năm sáu 8 số lượt xem có người có 8 người gì lượt xem là chỉ có tổng view có 46 view. 3 4 bắt đầu từ 22, bắt đầu từ 22 kết thúc 15.
his hand, and he can really start taking over rounds. Players on the backside, like AU1, like Kira, I think really need to be stepping up in that second line and that back line to keep them in this map.
So far, the pistols have been elusive. Let's see if that continues as the barriers do drop. And off the rip, just going to be a drone forward, scouting out a main. Trent, the only one really at home here on this site. Doesn't look like he has been spotted, but smoke now blooming. Spike getting ready to be rotated in. I think you're still a world away. Doesn't have a quick gate crash, but it looks like it's just going to be some pressure. Ramp up that orb, try to fast track that harbor alt. Meanwhile, triple presence from G2 in mid.
They're trying to check to see if there's been any fast rotations. They're getting a little bit of a response, so it's going to pause up, set Kira into mid here. Try to watch for those rotations, watch for any lurks as best as he can.
He's setting up this star. Nebula going to be blooming. As the rotations start to come through, double walk down. Talking about watching for this and collecting the elimination. It's going to be Kira taken out. Player advantage, the spike gets planted. Let's see if AG can try to hold the line. Bangir rotating up top, gets the dink there on the Juggermo, has the finisher, but Trent quickly trades it back. Maintains the player advantage. Yep, an explosion of death. Trent with a second and Baby Bay with two of his
Rồi
own.
mà whip hết luôn mà.
Another pistol in the
Đó thì
hands
đã
of
mất hết
G2
rồi
in
mấy
the
bạn
opening
quay.
round.
Yeah, and again, it's just really good methodical stuff from G2. They're finding the player that's looking for the lurk. They deal with that. They can set up for their execute pretty safely behind Valen's High Tide. Even though they lose Jog, which still gets the relay bolt out in time. Again, the follow-up right there from Trent to immediately deal with Fengir. And then it's just Baby Bay from up on high, doing a really nice job. Valen came in today. I could see he was pumped up, walking on the stage. He was clapping. He was hyping up the crowd. He's doing it here again. Wants to rally Chile behind him. And they're doing a great job of it just in their own gameplay. It's a couple stingers. Marshall for Baby Bay.
Plenty of firepower. Bandit and a Ghost on the opposite side. And this opening shock dart, not going to find any purchase. Just be the grab of the orb. AU1.
Fengir did grab a Ghost. You do have a Bandit for AU1, so a little bit of extra oomph here on the Zico.
Recon out. It's going to be a back pedal from Baby Bay. Put up some space with that Marshall. At the same time, ping reveal onto one. Quick little snap back. Break of that cove. Now the push forward with the plant getting ready to come through. Nebula's dropping it backside. Jog him out into the open there for a brief little moment. Spots out multiple players. And once again, seems to be the sacrificial lamb, but not before he's able to find another kill. As Fengir will fall. Baby Bay eventually overwhelmed. But we've just traded places. Two remaining players, and now just the one completely shifted away from where the spike had been planted. Kira with this Marshall.
Ooh.
Quick scope for the headshot, but cannot stop the defuse. Maybe look for a little bit more damage. As Trent goes up and over the top, he's looking for that kill, and eventually will be able to find it. Two players surviving, some decent damage found here for AG. It is a 2-0 start for G2 once again.
Yeah, just their decision to be a little bit more aggressive. Try to catch D2 a bit off guard. Works pretty well. You know, you throw some of that Astro util at the front of the door. You just set up some crossfires of their own. That's a nice shot from Kira. I'll give him that for sure. But at the end of the day, it is going to be G2. Bulldog, couple stingers, not much able to be carried over into this bonus. So good opportunity here for AG to get on the board again.
Silent right of the rope. Yep, Jogamo immediately storming down mid. Two players alongside him. A lot of control, but seemingly anticipated as Kira plays back over towards the spawn. Same setup on the recon, getting ready to fly. Trent alone at backside for now. Kira looking to try to hold this angle. Jogamo going to be caught off guard. Does strike, but now the other two players well aware of his position. He's going to be rerouted. Trent on the side as they try to find the surround on him. And there's the stun coming through. Valen able to collect it. AU1 similarly going to be taken down. And suddenly the player advantage is there for G2 as they look to convert another bonus at the start of the map.
Watch GRQ. Could go for the backstab through heaven.
Playing it patiently for now. Good damage dealt onto Baby Bay. Fengir looking to try to confirm that kill, but Valen with it recovered Phantom is going to have it. And they're just defusing it all the while. It's a MasterCard Thrifty. G2 converting it, looking to take everything away. Shrimp will be able to survive. but it's another 3-0 start for G2.
And this attacker side has plagued AG, at least in recent history. It's just a great utilization of the Storm Surge there by Valen. Oh my God, Baby Bay.
Let's go.
That's what I like to see. Come on. Nice shot with the Sheriff. Yeah, I mean, AG wants to get so aggressive in towards security and just not going great. Like some of the ideas, like the way they're using the Cove to block off ropes when they go in onto the site in that eco round, but...
Here's another change-up. G2 haven't played this early aggression outside of A main, but it's going to be Chocobo to take it down. So solid kill found. Now Baby Bay gone as well. Looking for Thrifty of their own.
Echo.
Two-player advantage already established. And now, expounded upon, Valen has fallen. Saturate into the back. AU1 from up one high is able to take down Trent. Now it is just Leaf with an outlaw in hand.
Mấy này vui tính giống như Energy.
Not sure if he's really going to be given the opportunity at all. This little setup, this trap attempt from G2 just does not really work out in their favor whatsoever.
No. Trying to show a different look, and it just gets dissected. Having some of those short-range weaponries to deal with the Neon.
Swing around the back. And two snappy shots. Leaf will take that every day. Now has the weapon upgrade. Try to find a little bit more damage, but the exits are going to be there. Mid.
Well,
being watched as well. Kira here and ready. Make sure that he doesn't carry that weaponry over. Gee, this time a lot earlier. Get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's just
mấy này vui tính vậy.
Kind of playing a little anti-neon. And then Fengir have that double layer there with those duelists. It's exactly what you're going to need more of. Nice shots from Leaf. Gets the headshot there even at the end. That's probably a nice confidence booster. You're also going to have a couple ults now for AG. You're going to have the Harbor ult. You're going to have the Astra ult.
One charge each from that Hunter's Fury as well as the Dimensional Drift. A lot to try to work with here.
See if they just go for some kind of set execute off that Reckoning.
Up and over the top, looking for that stun back sight. Dash across, Baby Bay exiting towards Connector. But himself saves the spike, gets brought to bear, and Baby Bay does get tagged down. 30 HP remaining on him. So we're in the corner. JRQ going to be losing his life, but Leaf is going to be quickly traded out. Fengir for a little bit more. Wall falling, the flank noted. Baby Bay does manage to find the one, but AU1 trades it right back. Advantage maintained. This Cosmic Divide as well just looks to lock them out of this sight. AG know just how desperately they need these round wins early. Stun avoided the recon. Gonna be cleared. The swing out of the smoke. Trent to his demise, and now Valen gonna be spotted as well. Backpedals to the opposite side of the wall, but it will be fading here shortly. 3 bullets in hand. AU1 unable to find it. Valen now, they're trying to play this one out.
He can just
still available, but there's the grab to start it. So you're not going to be getting that Sova ult out, it would seem. Shrimp will go ahead and confirm that he is not on the defuse. He hears Kira around the back, I believe, but will still get caught. And AG, 2 rounds in a row, 1 away from tying it up. Looking very alive and well so far here on Abyss.
Yeah, they're dealing really quickly with some of these tricky plays that G2's trying to bring in. They use the high tide there to try to set up Leaf to push through, and he's only going to get one before Fengir reacts, so that's really nice play from him. Kira watching for that lurk. This is really well thought out stuff, really well game planned for all gamers. They're starting to get a grip onto their nerves, onto this match, although you're going to have a ton of ultimates for G2 in this eco. They could throw at you, in particular Jog's Overdrive, something you'd love to avoid if possible. Fengir sitting on his ult. Shrimp with that Hunter's Fury as well.
Double dash forward. JRQ just going to be a quick refract back. Doesn't see anything. Well, that mid door going to be broken, but it's going to be a silent drift away here from AG. Able to avoid this trap setup once again from G2 as they had the quad stack on A.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Oh, and even using the drift over here. Get a little bit extra info just to make sure that B's going to be a little bit safer. And just have that Bucky of Leafs to worry about. Valen's getting here quick, though.
Leaf just staying tucked away. The Nebula Bloom there as well. The swing of the corner, and it's just a
Rồi.
mid-off. Clip
Vân
into
hụt.
the shoulder, not finding center mass. Kira
Vân
able to stay alive
Bucky
despite
và
being
hụt là
planted.
cút mèo rồi.
Felt like that Bucky is the real win condition and trying to pull off a thrifty. Smoke down, going to be falling. GRQ up over the top of the Raptors, able to find a quick little transfer. Cleans up a second elimination. That's the overdrive loss as well. Jogamo had pulled the trigger on that one. Certainly is going to be regretting it. They've been around the back, sheriff in hand. Nice little clean one tap. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything more. The warning shot's ringing out. AU1 positioned here in mid.
Có mấy ngàn à.
Creeping forward, it's just going to be a frantic spray and pray.
Phải bấm vô lượt, phải bấm vô link like nữa mới được.
Okay. Starting to do some nice stuff on the map. Really being cautious about where the players are, making sure they've got good information before they really commit to anything. Using that drift, they invest a couple ultimates in this round against an eco just to make sure it goes. And anybody who watches China knows that ecos can be problematic for teams in that region.
Sure.
So you want to make sure that you're not giving any extra opportunities over towards G2. Baby Bay is going to have that up, though. We know what he can do with it. He's put up some highlight reel performances with it over in Americas. They're going to take some mid-control here. They like to get Fangir up in towards vents a lot of times on some of these attack rounds. Try to see if they can create some extra pressure that way. For now, just looking for that response. And Baby Bay's getting really aggressive over here.
Pushed all the way forward. Here's the drone. We'll just clear that one. Sending out the warning shot, letting him know that the operator is here, but it looks like AG picking up the spike. Might just look to try to play into it.
Well, I think they feel like, okay, well, that op's probably on its own. We have a harbor. We have some good util that can maybe clear it.
Meanwhile, Kira finding Jogamo once again. He's holding down that mid position, not allowing for the deep push, that fast flank to come through. Convergent paths drawn out, ready, sent now from Baby Bay, looking for the catch. We'll get on to a couple players who swiftly do make their exits. That has them held back here for the moment.
It's about time.
Re-swing in. Recon for backside at the ready. Trent not going to be in a position to try to clear this one, it would seem. Because there's the concuss. Quick little dash away, but still going to be tagged up. And Baby Bay going to be taken down. Shrimp. Johnny on the spot with a Hunter's Fury. Lobbing the shock darts, interrupting and displacing that plant, but now can be committed to. As the smoke fades. Spotted on the one. Trent looking for the kills, able to find Fangir. Needs a hell of a lot more.
Hey.
The quick drop down, and Trent somehow wins that out. AU1 should have had a dead to right, so now the Cosmic Divide is going to be called in as well. The post-plant util being done. Trent, however, still holding his ground. Finds a third, cannot get the fourth. The jump forward, the shorty, denied! As Fallon and Leaf find one apiece.
What a play from Trent. From the top ropes, Fangir there, left out to dry. Nobody's watching that as he's trying to back away. And then Trent drops down. They used the Reckoning even there to clear some space. And oh, poor AU1 just can't adjust in time. Trent with 3, Fallon covering. That's a big one for G2 because it felt like AG was going to be the ones getting up to 4 and taking the lead.
That's heavy investments as well. Pretty much from both sides when it comes down to the ultimates, but Trent's still one charge away from now having that Hunter's Fury online again, so G2, that ult economy swung back towards their favor. Fangir now. Silent walk down, bringing out a couple shots, the drone for the check. We'll just make a quick exit, so Valen unable to find the punish.
Yeah, Valen trying to gain a little bit of space, but again, AG's done a mostly really nice job of covering these lurks, covering their flanks, making sure that any space that G2 is trying to take is dealt with, especially in the early to mid parts of the round. And they've sold
orb
some...
grab into orb grab for AU1.
Yeah. Want to get that Reckoning again. He's one away. He just let it loose a couple rounds ago. So could get it again. He's got Spike in hand too, so they might, if they can get to it, they're going to have it for post-plant. Look at Kira, he's so ready for this. Oh no, 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 no!
Right in the Astro Form, but the perfectly worst time is Valen. Unable to find that second kill, but no, does get it eventually, but this time on the Shrimp. The push forward, Fangir now going to be falling. Jogama with that Bulldog. Fiercely pushing forward. Pump with the shorty as well. Spamming out these shots, trying to scare them away. As the smoke dissipates, he once again catches a glimpse, and AU1 catches a headshot. It's GRQ. Can he just tuck away? Can he try to hold on to the weapon? It's a 1v4. With 15 seconds, there's no way to win this, but can he retain this gun? Swing in the corner. He's been spotted. So they're going to corral him. Flanks back for one. Baby getting ready to come around the flank. Q reading it well. Finds another. But Leap eventually will be able to flush him out with the wallbang shots. Just 2 players surviving for G2, but now they stretch the lead.
Oh, it's a backbreaker. Oh, Kira. He's been so good on this map so far. He's 8-6, but that one right there is a brutal death to take. And that just gives so much extra room for G2 to maneuver, so much confidence to just press their advantage. Oh, no. That's going to get the timeout from AG. Oh, man.
Brutal one to let G2 back into this. Stretch that lead by 2 rounds again. Go into the Coinbase win condition timeout for AG. You mentioned it. It's attacker side, kind of where they've been having their struggles. So the more they can get here, the better setup they're going to be. The potential to try to close this one out. But you start letting G2 run away with the map. We saw exactly what happened on Split earlier.
Yeah. I mean, it is a different comp as well. So there is kind of
Yeah.
that extra oomph behind it with the harbor, it feels like. You know, even though there's a harbor on the other side too, you're still able to kind of cut up the map a little bit more than you could, you know, with just running an Astra and a Vito in there. So I think, you know, you're going to see this attacker side be just naturally a little bit stronger behind that, but still, there's been a couple rounds here that are just heartbreaking for AG that they should have won, and they just give up, you know, this sticks on a couple defuses, some rounds where they actually do some nice stuff and have some good, you know, macro plans in terms of getting to a plant, getting into some post plants, but they haven't been able to convert as often as I'm sure they'd like. Look at G2. They're playing very deep. Anti-mid positioning here, but early coves from both teams. You can just figure out what's going on. This high tide's so fast again.
The walls up on both sides, but there's that reckoning getting called in, but no one there to get caught by it.
Doesn't go very deep either.
Ngay một đống đồ. Tường Haber mạnh vãi Lin à.
U1, however, able to find one, but Leaf looking for that transfer, cannot find it, ends up getting taken down. Stun going to be connected.
Ôi, vẫn làm được đôi à.
Right before the trade out comes in. It's only a 2v2. The spike now dropped right in front of Baby Bay.
Baby yếu máu rồi.
The drone to try to scalp. Eventually cleared. Fengear does get tagged by this, and Baby Bay wants to scale off of that. The smoke falling. Does manage to catch him, but now a 1v1. The Cosmic Divide going to be committed here from Kira. Looking for the clutch. Recon, Bidding, and Trent. Running a massive risk there. But might just find a timing.
30 seconds left.
Now pushing out around the back, jumps up on top of the box. Still needs to drop down. 25 seconds remaining as the wall will fall. Trent disconnects back over towards that connector.
As Hunter's Fury.
Here's position. He could basically be anywhere. Like you said, the Hunter's Fury is online. Taps it, trying to see if he can get that util out, but Trent not biting.
Kinh nghiệm của Chen nhiều quá.
Slow, plays it wisely, and gets G2 the round win.
Really like the decision making here from G2. Knowing that Reckoning was available, they just give up that space where it would have hit. They just play back a jog. That is good.
If he doesn't get that, who knows?
Right. I also like Baby Bay's decision to push off of that information that he gets from the drone. Knowing he's weak, knowing he needs to get one. He's got a fist pump from Valen. That was a big one from Trent. Played that so well. Knew that Hunter's Fury was going to be in the back of his opponent's mind. Played a little bit further forward. Shock Dart connects. GRQ. It's tagged up a bit. Here we go. Kira into the vents, and Trent's just leaving. Still has the safety of the door there, so just going back to kind of that similar style.
Once again, just giving up the space, but Trent now could get pounced on very quickly. Stinger through the door from Kira. He's out with the drone. There it is. Looking to try to run him down, but it resets the aim, and Trent just so snappy with the readjustment. Finds the headshot, gets that punish. Swing of the corner. Baby Bay has the outlaw. And has Fengear dead on the floor. Still 5 players strong. Now just the 4. Leap will get picked apart. Jordy finding value. AU1 going to be stunned up, but sends out a stun of his own, but Valorant still able to hound him down. Swings the corner. Weapon scooped up. GRQ needing to do it all, and he cannot. 3 left alive. Now G2 march on 7-3. A lead of the half once again secured.
And this kind of retake style that G2's been implementing, it's been working really well. But again, it's just kind of in some of these individual moments. The caliber of player of G2 is just a little bit better, a little bit steadier because of their experience on stage. And it's Trent again. He's able to win out a fight. He absolutely should not. Kira here just, sometimes the stinger be a little wild. That's the back break.
Commit for it.
Yeah.
That's a brutal one. We already saw the frustration after dropping the 1v1 in the previous round. Gotta expect that has just multiplied that frustration significantly.
For sure. And now you're into some pretty good ult cycles for G2. Still have the convergent paths, GRQ, so it's like maybe try to get him posted up into mid, but a little bit of back and forth. Trent needs to be considering this mid push, and look how deep GRQ is. He's pinched though, but he's got backup.
Maybe May watching for it though, and he's going to be winning it. Trying to send out the waylay, hope for a bit of a hero play there, but it ends up going awry for AG. Fengir similarly tagged down the 26 before he was able to gate crash out.
And that's your ult, man. In a buy round, in a rifle round.
Have to just save it for the final of this half. For now though, Kira alone on this side of the map. Be looking for what seems like a very late lurk or just the call over. Yes, it will be the rotation call. Meanwhile, Jogamo
Mai dầu rotate tới nơi luôn rồi.
Going to be caught. Relay bolt has the enemy harbor locked away. Just completely bisecting the members of AG. Jogamo already dropping down, getting himself slotted in. Overdrive popped. He is on the hunt, on the prowl, and he has found Kira. Just doesn't know what hit him, and now AG.
Nãy Mego nó bắn chủ động quá rồi. Thua anh em ạ. Để sao Mego nó bắn chủ động như thế này thì no hop.
And just no time remaining. G2 once again advancing up to 8. And once again going to be looking for that 9-3 dominance in the opening half. Eluded them on split, but can they find it this time around? It's looking pretty damn good for them. Kill on the leaf, shrug that off.
Last round in the half.
It's just a good hard read, frankly, from G2 on this round.
Để cho thằng
They just give up that space willingly because
thằng Zhao Mego nó bắn chủ động như thế này là cú tình.
GRQ feels the pressure, tries to go for a big play, finds 2 players at G2 staring him down. Oh, here we go. Watch this. Convergent paths right at AG.
He's going to catch all of them. That with the saturate, potentially lobbed. Then if he goes for the double dash, and the Hunter's Fury as well available for Trent. Waiting for the setup, the recon gonna go bouncing forward. There's the convergent pass, looking for the trap here. Now the Hunter's Fury in, but it's gonna be Jogamo! Tearing apart 3! Gets traded up, baby. They caught up in the ult, but has to refract out the safety. In the blink of an eye, everyone alongside
hết gì anh em
GRQ
ơi.
has evaporated, snapped.
Mấy anh chung hết gì rồi.
What a setup from G2. They get their 9-3 half.
Another great read from Valorant and company. Took them a little bit, felt a little bit shaky for the first half. Since then, it has been all G2.
They are looking clean. They are looking merciless. And AG are looking out of sorts and out of ideas. They need to get it together. As we go to the halftime break, we'll see if they can rally back in a second.
Mấy anh chung hết vị anh em ạ. Hết vị.
Chile, qué placer poder estar aquí con nuestros Costreamers. Vine aquí a invadirles un poco el espacio a ustedes. Y bueno, Mix, preguntarte a ti, ¿cómo la has pasado en Chile? ¿Cómo te ha recibido la gente? Creo que igual todo ha sido como muy claro, pero algo que le tengas que decir también a ellos.
Muchísimas gracias a todos, sois la mejor Masters de la historia del Valorant, mi segunda casa, y estoy muy contento de haberos podido conocer a muchos de vosotros y gracias por tratarme siempre como una familia. Gracias, chicos.
Bien. Un aplauso, un ruido para Mix. Ok, Hit, ¿algo que decir también al público?
Nada, solo decir a toda la gente de Chile que de verdad esta experiencia creo que no la vamos a olvidar en la vida. Habéis sido un público increíble y el calor que nos habéis dado aquí no lo olvidaremos jamás. Muchas gracias, Chile.
Muy bien, algo rápido, Black, ¿algo que decir?
Chicos, sois la mejor máster de la historia y Chile es el mejor país de Chile. ¡Let's go!
¡Griten con el alma!
And back we go into Abyss. The audience keeping up the energy, but needing to see more of it from the AG camp. Off to that decent start, that tie up 3-3, but after that, it has just been flatlining for this Chinese squad.
Just a couple heartbreaking rounds that seem to have completely caused all gamers to crumble. And the #1 seed out of China is going to have to dig so deep here on this defender's side. And it's going to be a 4-man grouped up push for G2. It is kind of one of those pivot positions, something you see a lot of teams doing these days, these 1-3-1s. Quick TP over as well for Fangir. See here, though, gap in the
Everybody in
smoke.
a position.
Yeah.
Could be a very swift flood retake here for them. As well, that's not where that shock dart was supposed to go. Shouldn't maybe watching too many EMEA VODs, but doesn't have that early damage. Trying to poke and prod away at the G2 players. Swing into the backside, the refract going to be taken. Maybe they able to find Fangir though, as Fallon does get traded out. Gosh, up in the tower, and how is he winning that? The gun not there. It's
Chơi chủ động ác.
ready, and G2 storm their way through. Perfect in the pistols. And looking to bring this one to a swift conclusion as they hit double digits.
I don't know if Baby Bay just knew that there was going to have to be a reload up there, and that's why he went for it. Because he caught Shrimp mid-reload, or if he just felt like he needed to try something crazy, but it works a treat. And AG not able to fight their way out. Trying for that flood. G2 take a pistol round. That may be the decider.
Forward into the smoke, and the right clicks are just not finding their target. AG are looking out of sorts. They're looking shook. They're looking scared. As the plant will come in, and ultimately it feels like they need to just group together and go down to the spike.
Yeah, at this point, this should be the end of the round.
Or you can jump off the side.
That's what I would do.
It is Abyss.
It's in the name.
Hết gì rồi? Mấy anh Trung Quốc này.
Tucked in like he's gonna go for it.
Meanwhile, Fallon, I think you'd be more than willing to hunt for this one, but we'll just go ahead and back away.
Bóng bị bắt bài hết, coi chán luôn anh em ạ.
Try to see if he can get some damage, get some more ult charge. Spot on the one, the headshot found, gets himself his second.
Ao cả am mẹ luôn.
Won't be able to find the third.
Ao am luôn rồi anh em ạ.
A bonus conversion away from taking this up to match point.
They've already converted one bonus on this map, 2 in the series. It feels like they might be on for a third. AG, I mean, you might just be forced to rip an early timeout at some point. We'll see. Navy Bay starting to get that confidence flowing. Starting to hit some shots.
Gus was talking about it so far. The performances from Baby Bay. It's been some ups and downs, but widely not seeing that peak coming through. So far, here on these two maps, he has been rock steady for G2.
It's been really nice.
That's what you want to see. You want to see that continuation for AG. We want to see the rally back.
Ao ta tích mẹ ơi.
There's a trip. Oh, gonna be caught. Do they pursue fast enough? Looks like they don't quite check in the tower. It's gonna be the fast lane actually sparing him. But okay, turns back. Is able to find Trent. He's gonna be wondering why the hell did my duelist call this one out? Maybe Bay does manage to shift around, find that kill, but then GRQ takes him down. Valen arriving. That mid lurk cleans up the kill, swap of the weapon. No, it's likely gonna be the back pedal. Could be at risk though in mid. Wall will fall.
Yeah.
There's still no shifting away from this.
Oh no.
This gives Valen a massive opportunity.
It's another timing.
Do they have the read that B has been completely emptied?
There's just no info. Leaf is trying to figure something out.
He's scaling. He's looking for a shot there with that outlaw. He eats the brunt of that one though. Down to 18 health. Well, this is going to give time for AG to start sussing out that this rotation is coming through.
Yeah, another cove sent by Valen to try to keep AG interested on the other side of the map to make sure that they're going to be able to hopefully get into this plant, and it looks like they will be given the opportunity. Vandal for Valen. I'm not counting G2 out of this round just yet. You never know with him and Leaf in play.
He's got the full health. And if he can find a kill, that'll give him the reckoning as well. Leaf now postured forward a tight angle. Staring back over towards that spawn side. It will be in through mid. All three players being ready for the push, the swing in, and GRQ able to finish the job that he started. Now it all comes down to Valen. There's the hopping of the waylay. They check forward into the smoke. Nothing going to be spotted there. At the same time, Kira ready for the drop down, potentially on that flank. The tuck into the corner. The patient play. He's been spotted.
Trời
Oh my
ơi.
goodness.
Má, một chút xíu nữa à.
Almost makes a go of it.
Một chút xíu nữa là 1/3 rồi.
The bonus not to be converted.
Đen.
But damage is absolutely dealt. Just Kira left alive.
Just, he's so smart, man. The way he plays this. He almost hit that transfer too. But just tucks in behind the smoke. They're checking it, they're checking it. They thought he might try to re-clear that smoke. He doesn't do that, and they don't read that he can be tucked into the corner. Keeps the gun hidden, so it doesn't stick into the smoke. So smart, but they're able to react just in time. GRQ lucky as well that Leaf doesn't connect with that outlaw shot as he's coming in through Link.
Still in with a shout. Match point not obtained yet, AG. Let's see if they can streak together at least a couple more rounds, if not make a go of this.
Now with the reckoning here, could just be a execute off the back of the ultimate. Take flight. Let's see what Trent sees. Saw Kira. No, High Tide is out. They're going to be able to hold on to the ult. There's nobody on site.
Yeah, just the two players here needing to wait for those reinforcements to come through. Shock darts this time. Going to be landing at Trent's feet. Finds the first one. For a little bit more spam as well. Valen just going to be sending out that ultimate, but damage very heavily suffered on the side of G2. New opportunity to try to exploit that early damage here for AG on the retake. Recon quickly cleared out, down into the grab well. GRQ outdone. Baby Bay able to find that kill. Baby Bay finds three.
Rồi hết.
Meanwhile, Valen just cleans up one of the Fang gear, and then he gets
Dạ,
the finisher on his
dễ vậy.
slip. And I need to see that one back. Because Baby Bay just torpedoed AG's chances of getting that retake even started.
Oh my god, they're trying to play off the back of the
Ôi, line up luôn à.
to take space.
Just line up for him.
Yep. He's got the grab well there to help him out too. Nicely played by Leaf.
It will be that final timeout call.
Thách vị.
8 rounds in a row, what AG needs to avoid dropping down to the lower bracket.
Vậy anh em.
But frankly, things are not going to get any easier for them.
Nope. It is a very stacked playoffs. And in this last coin-based win condition timeout, just trying to keep their mental in. I mean, at this point, for AG, if you can just rattle off 4 or 5 rounds in a row, even if you don't win the map, even if you don't win the series, you need to get that confidence built for that next one. That's really kind of what you're trying to do here as the coaching staff. Get their mental back in check. Teach them how to recover from bad starts, from bad international stage experiences.
They're going to have to do it. The very weak buy. 2 Buckies. Hero Vandal. Stinger alongside. Okay, another Stinger. You won.
Mau lần cuối trước khi xuống chánh thua.
No outlaw on the opposite side. The glimpse of good news here for him, but free player push out of A main. Looking for a setup, looking for trap play. Looking for that kill, but we'll take Jogama down to 50, but nothing more to be found.
Yeah, trying to get some value out of the Buckies. Just can't quite do it. Jog does go down to 50 though. So at the very least, you've done some damage. More than you've taken, which is none, so that's great.
Immediately rotate out of this, but G2 are just ready for now, staying quiet.
I think maybe as well, trying to get ahead of like a convergent path sort of set execute over from A main.
Oh, contact straight down mid. Valorant is ready for it. Finds the headshot and punish. That's the Yor now gone.
Xong rồi đó.
Your one Vandal that you had in hand, stranded down bottom of mid. This Bucky in GRQ's hands needs to do wonders, but Drone's going to be sent out in front. Trent should be able to get the spot here. Sends it out over the top, pushing through the smokes, checks around towards that right side. Nothing spotted quite just yet, but there's the tag. Still able to spot him out, and he cannot escape. Jogamo pursues. It's a bit of revenge for the earlier damage
Hết
suffered.
gì rồi?
The plant now comes in.
Được 4 round à. Được 4 round tưởng comeback mạnh mẽ, ai ngờ hết vị luôn nè.
Absolutely miraculous. They work their way across. Drone forward team. Out from safety, but Jogamo, he's still just swinging out. Kira plays right into it. Gets taken down. Shrimp now tagged up. The last one to fall will be AU1.
Hết vị.
Finds a kill on a leap, but Baby Bay not quite.
GG.
G2 find the 2-0 as they send all gamers down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, this G2 team looking clean, looking strong, looking to try to get themselves in to another deep run at a Masters. Saw what happened last year. They want another crack at it. They want another go. And this is one hell of a way to start.
And if this performance was anything but dominant, then you would still have those concerns. Sure. This is the kind of play that you need to be seeing from G2 if you want to believe in that capability to make a deep run.
Rồi.
See how terrifying
Nè rồi.
all the other teams in the uppers are right now.
Làm clip tiếp. Anh em vào tối ngày mai nhá. Tối ngày mai sẽ ở Nhánh Thua. Bye bye guys. Bye bye.
Could just be another case of that, but we need